Okay. Son of a bitch. I have to
Are you gonna sneeze?
I need to sneeze. I can't.
Sneeze.
Don't sneeze.
Do it for your ancestors.
I believe in you.
It's not. He's
It's
not
not
gonna
happening.
sneeze now. Yeah.
It's not
When you
happening.
become aware of it, it goes away.
Have you tried fake sneezing?
Yeah.
No,
No.
no, I mean like legit actually trying to fake sneeze, not this achoo bullshit. And going,
Do you want me to get snot in my hand? Is that what's happening?
well, I don't like for.
I can do that, but I don't want to.
Well, no, because when you do it that way, a lot of times snot doesn't actually come out. I don't know. For me, it actually tricks my brain into thinking that I sneezed and I don't need to sneeze anymore.
I've heard looking at the sun will do that, but the sun is not out, so I have no recourse right now.
What are you talking about?
Anyways.
It's a beautiful sunny day on a boat.
You're right. Let's get into character here. Let's get the recap going. Let's get this game fucking underway. It's already 8:15.
Let's get this game started.
Yes. So, last time in Renascence, with passage secured aboard Captain Archie Gardner's ship, the Nancy, the party set out for Farrell, a nearby island with a purportedly strong connection to the Feywild. They hoped that they might find something of use to Barnaby, who had recently learned that he may have stumbled into the wild a year ago and been launched both years and a continent away from home as a result. Their trip was relatively quiet, their first day out at sea, and despite Aloran's brief encounter with a school of ravenous kippers, their second day was much the same. The party took some time to clarify their plans, engage with the crew, and get some much-needed R&R. The evening of the second day, however, Captain Gardner was forced to weigh anchor and wait out a squall before proceeding through the rocky shallows ahead. That night, Aloran heard peculiar sounds coming from the hold, and looking out the door of the crew's cabin, discovered a troop of brilliant figures rummaging through the ship's cargo. The lizardmen made to flee, summoning poisonous snakes to cover their escape. It turned into a treacherous battle, but the party fought hard and smart and were able to ensure the entire crew survived the encounter. Captain Gardner was deeply grateful for their help and offered them free passage on his ship, as well as an introduction to a friend and client, Botan Sunshock, the concierge of the resort on Gladham's northern outskirts. And despite the delay, by morning of the 27th, the Nancy was docking in Gladham's waterfront and the party had finally arrived. So, short recap this week. Now that you're here, are there any questions before we get started?
I got one. What?
Hit me.
Does anyone know the name of the... Was it Elven woman that was on the ship with us? That we played cards with? I did not write that one down and I forgot.
No,
Antha.
I don't think I wrote that one down.
Antha?
Antha.
Thank you.
Antha?
I knew it started with an A, but I could not remember the fucking name for the life of me.
I remember Jeremy.
Everybody remembers Jeremy. He's a simple, beautiful soul.
I like to read. I'll just learn how. Antha. All right.
That's my only question.
Well, you guys are in Gladham. The ship has docked. The cargo hold has been opened. You have disembarked, and Captain Gardner is overseeing the unloading of what's left of the cargo after that small raid kind of pilfered the top layer of some of their crates' contents. And not long after you guys made port, you guys see a small party begin to approach Captain Gardner's ship. At the head of this party, there is a dark-skinned human man with very short-cut dark hair and a very well-kempt little goatee. And he's dressed in these very close-fitting, well-cut sort of suit silks. It's got a very formal sort of tailoring to it, but it's also maybe not quite as formal as you might expect on the mainland. There's definitely a sort of island flair to it. These bright sort of reds and greens kind of shoot through the otherwise formal black in this striking kind of geometric pattern. And as he approaches the ship, he kind of throws his arms out wide and says, "Mana Melenin, my friend, Captain Gardner, you're finally here. It's been a while. You're a little late, my friends. I was expecting you yesterday." And Gardner's like, yes, Mana Melenin, it's good to see you. Oh, and listen, I know we've got business to take care of, but before I forget, I'll turn to your party. My friends here have requested an introduction with someone on the island who could show them around, give them a taste of things around here. And this man says, "Well, you've come to the right place." I'll turn to all of you. I am Otun Sonjok. Very good to meet all of you. Your names, please.
Can you send that into the chat, please? I'm never gonna spell that right. There's no way.
This music is just cracking me up. I feel like we're in a lobby of a hotel.
You're about to be.
That's true. I guess it fits. Actually, I was gonna. I can do that after this conversation. That's fine. My name is Noel. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Sunchuk?
Well, a pleasure to meet you as well.
I am Burberry.
Very good to meet you as well. Welcome to the island.
It looks lovely so far.
Well, this isn't even the best part. You are in somewhat swarthy territory here. Kind of glances up and down the waterfront, and you can see it's definitely not the cleanest part of town. You know, as you were kind of sailing up, you could see these sort of beautiful neighborhoods with these wooden buildings, with all the elegant carvings and paintwork. Right here around the dock, however, it's very much an industrial area. Lots of workers, lots of cargo ships. It's not a recreational area by any means. Although you can see that there is a very noisy, a very busy tavern, even this early in the morning, not too far away from here, facing the waterfront.
I'm going to whisper to Burberry and be like, I want to go there ASAP.
I will happily accompany you if you would like.
Yes, please. And then I'll greet Mr. Sunshock and say, hello, I'm Aloran.
Is that Lauren? Welcome, welcome. And you two fine gentlemen.
Sunshine, how you doing? Name's Barnaby Ray Otis III. You can call me bro if you get acquainted with me enough. But for right now, just call me Barnaby Ray Otis III.
Barnaby Ray Otis III. Very well. A
Like-
pleasure to meet you, my friend.
Burberry's beak turns up at you and then like tilts slightly, and then shrugs.
What, did I come on a little too informal?
Oh no, I've just never heard you insist on being called your full name before.
People I don't know. I know y'all.
Burberry doesn't comment.
Well, that just leaves you, my very large friend. What is your name? Looking directly at you, John. You got anything fancy, or you just?
I'm just known as John. You can just call me John.
My pleasure, John. Well, I have a little business to finish here with Captain Gardner. But if you stick around, I can give you a quick tour of the city as well as my neck of the woods. Uh, and I can make myself available for whatever it is that you might need. So, give me 10 minutes, and I'll be right back. So he's going to follow Captain Gardner onto the ship, and you'll see as the crew is continuing to unload cargo, they sort of engage in some conversation. And Gardner takes him into the captain's quarters, and they just kind of disappear from view for a minute.
So while they're gone, can I quick interject something? I wanted to quick find Antha again.
Okay. She is currently assisting Jeremy with a winch that is being used to kind of haul crates up out of the hold and move them onto the deck.
Antha, can I ask you a quick question?
Give me 1 second. She's sort of waving a crate down a little further, Jer. Come on. All right, no, you're good. You're good. Stop. And she'll lower her hands. Like, all right, set it down. Yeah. What's up, Noah?
You did mention that the people here, there's a lot of elves, which I can see now. And you did say they were a bit reserved, if I remember correctly?
When it comes to matters of the again, it's hard to describe, but they're very friendly, very welcoming people. Just private about, personal business.
Right. I guess there's not a great way to ask this, but would this be easier for all of us if say, we had an elf with us?
She kind of looks you over for a second and kind of shakes her head. I'm not sure that would make much of a difference. It's about being from here, and coming up on the islands, making a name for yourself in the community as a part of things,
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, it's all very informal but traditional. The elders just sort of have final say. There is, sort of a rite of passage to reaching that stage of seniority around here, and they take that very seriously. And it's not really the running of the islands. It's not the sort of thing that's really open to visitors traditionally.
Right.
And again, I do apologize if this is unhelpful, but
No,
it might be difficult getting answers to the kinds of questions you're asking.
it's fine.
Just cold calling.
I'll just say that in my in my experience, I've worked with elves before who like to keep things with their own kind, if that makes sense. So I wasn't sure if that was the situation here or if there was something else, and it sounds like it's something else.
She kind of pauses a moment. Alright, I think I'm a little confused now because now I'm not entirely sure what it is we're talking about anymore. Are we talking about Western elves, Inagardi, High Elven?
I have had some conversations with people of that area. Yes.
Okay. No, okay. I'm back with you. Sorry. It's just, it's not like that around here. It's really not. People are they're very friendly. They're very welcoming. I mean, you could walk up to anybody around here and you know, strike up a conversation, to share a meal. That's not the hard part. It's getting in,
Right.
like you're saying. You know.
I think the clarification actually has been helpful. Yeah, I just wasn't sure what we were dealing with here, and I feel like we didn't get a lot of clarification last time we talked, so this is useful for us.
Yeah, sure.
I appreciate it.
For what it's worth, I think we're probably going to be here for the rest of the day. Once we're finished loading, Captain Gardner usually spends the afternoon looking for another contract. So we'll probably be in that town for, if not just today, potentially the next couple days, while we track down some more business. So, I mean, if you've got more questions, I might be around.
Okay, I will keep that in mind. For now, I think we have to go. Mr. Sunshock is going to show us around, so that'll be fun.
Yeah, he runs a swanky establishment, so just don't let him take too much of your money.
Don't worry, I don't
little
have
rich
much
for
to
our
begin with. All right,
Club.
thank you. I'll take off now.
All right, Jeremy, next one. And she'll turn back to the crane.
I'll
and
rejoin
go
with
back to work.
whoever's not ended up at the bar already.
I'm still on the dock.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't gonna go to the
I
bar
guess it was
till
only 10 minutes.
later. Yeah.
That's
I
fair.
would be remiss to leave everyone unattended in a strange new city.
Well, not too long after you wrap up with Antha, I think Gardner and Sunshock will come out of the captain's quarters, and Sunshock will be kind of scratching his head, and they'll immediately make their way over to the crate, and he'll start checking through the contents. Well, I suppose it could be worse. Looks like they skimmed quite a bit out of a lot of these, didn't they? Gardner's like, yeah, I haven't seen anything like that. Honestly, that's a first for me, especially down this way. You know, I'd heard of them up by Elikal, but this is unprecedented. Thankfully, and he'll immediately gesture to you guys and kind of work up a smile. These fine folks were on board and more than able and willing to lend a hand chasing those raiders off. So you really do have them to thank for as much of this making it here as it did. Sunshock does get kind of a wry smile on his face, like, do I now? Well, that is good to know. Well, I believe that concludes our business, Captain Gardner. Again, thank you very much for your continued fine work, despite this delay and slight inconvenience. Believe we're good for the same time next month? And Gardner's like, yeah, all right. Well, that sounds good to me. Take care of yourself, Sunshock. They'll shake hands and part ways. And you'll see Sunshock turn back to a couple of his employees that he's brought with him and start giving us some orders. And they begin loading things up into carts that they brought with them. And as that's going on, he will turn back to the party and say, so, Manan, what should we do first? Where should we start? Welcome to Faro, am I right? A beautiful island. You're going to love it here. I promise.
Looks beautiful. We don't even know where to start. We've never been here before.
Well,
where do you work? Like, it sounds like you have a pretty cool place.
I work right over there, and he points clear across the bay to the northern shore of this sort of inlet where the harbor's built, and you can see at a distance, sort of through the tree cover, past this beautiful white sand beach, kind of just off the water. There is this just like pure white stone walled compound. Inside, you can see a handful of stone buildings kind of rising up behind this wall, as well as the golden hue of thatched roofs, just kind of poking up a little bit over the wall as well. He says, "That is the North Shore Gardens,
If I might
finest
ask,
resort on the island.
how
I
old
am the
is
concierge
building?
here." How old is that building?
Mhm.
Oh, it's been here for probably 50 years now.
I must say I am, no, what is the word? Highly impressed by whoever cleans the stones for you.
I will pass your compliment along to my team. They will be very grateful to hear that.
Said no one ever.
But yes, that is the North Shore Gardens. I am concierge and more or less acting head of the resort. The owner lives in Ture, about an island away to the north. She comes down every now and then to check on things. But in her absence, it's sort of my baby. So I appreciate. It was the North Shore Gardens.
Hey, Clark. I'm getting a lot of background noise from you, I think.
Yeah, same.
Let me mute myself then. It's probably the fan.
Okay, sorry.
That would be my guess.
You could always put yourself to push to talk. That works real nice.
Until you forget about it for half an hour.
Also, I'm on my phone, so I don't even know if I can do push to talk on phone.
That's a good
Ooh.
question. I don't know if you can or not.
That is a tricky one.
Oh my god, I forgot the name of the resort. I'm so sorry.
North Shore Gardens.
I got North Shore Gardens. Okay.
Owned by some woman on Ture.
Yes, Naranil Dostrat. She is.
Gonna need a spelling on that one.
I don't expect her to be down anytime soon, so probably not a super important one to remember. But if she does, she prefers Miss Dostrat.
I'll keep that in mind.
So, we could stop by the gardens, or if you would like to walk around town first, get a lay of the land. That could also be arranged if you are so inclined.
I think that a walk around town with someone who is familiar would definitely behoove us.
Yes, let us see the town first.
Certainly. Well, gentlemen, I think you can handle this. Load up and get this back to the gardens, right? I'll be taking our fine guests for a quick tour before rejoining you. So, how would you follow me? And he will immediately just begin walking down the street towards the heart of the city. As you can see clearly, we are currently in Port Scepter. This
Or
is the
what?
uh,
Sorry.
I apologize if my accent is a little thick for you. It comes with the island. This is Port Scepter.
Scepter?
See,
Okay. I thought you said port, not even port. That's why I was like, what?
Port.
Okay.
This is Port Scepter. Fairly diverse part of town. You have a lot of sailors coming through here, a lot of folk staying the night, staying the week. Over there, you can see the wet works. And he'll actually point over to that very large tavern that you guys heard outside of earlier. As you kind of walk closer and past it, you can see it's actually sort of three-story buildings side by side kind of row houses with this large sort of open air first floor. Like the front wall has been knocked out. They just kind of got the support beam set up still. And inside you can see this huge tavern floor has been laid out. Currently filled to the brim with people. Probably the most crowded spot in this area aside from the actual port itself where people are currently working. And yeah, you have a lot of folk working the ships and the docks who stay here whenever they're in town. Little rowdy place, a little louder than I am currently sort of accustomed to, but the rooms are a little more affordable, you might say, than they are at the gardens. So, looking to stay on the islands for any length of time, this might be a good spot to check in on. Up here, as you guys continue onwards, he kind of leads you out of the port down what looks to be a pretty important central thoroughfare. And you can see it's kind of lined with homes and stalls and carts that have sort of been set up to sell all manner of fresh produce, as well as a large number of these carts look to be selling fresh baked goods. And they've got a very, very strong smell of sort of warm chocolate, confectionery sugar. Like it's really, really like strong bakery vibes coming off of a lot of these carts. And walking by, I mean, it all looks, freshly made in the past probably 4 or 5 hours.
Burberry starts to walk by and then stops. And then he pauses.
With Burberry.
And then he sighs. And then he goes,
I would like, would anyone else want one?
Oh, I'm getting
It
one.
is tempting.
Ooh,
Please, we have the day before us.
I would like 3.
Sean will get one.
4.
As you approach this cart, this older elven woman with this really deep bronze skin and her hair kind of tied up in a bun. She says, "What is my child? Please come here, come here." And she'll start packaging these up for you. That will be 8 copper, please.
Done.
And hand them off to you in exchange for your small payment.
I will distribute the goods
Sure,
Thank
sure.
you.
and then stick mine in my pocket.
It will walk and eat.
Yeah, we'll keep going. Is it good?
Yeah, it's great. Since we didn't specify, we're just gonna say these are they're sort of like a stuffed bear claw almost. There's like a custard filling inside of it.
Hell yeah.
It's got like a very, very strong fruit flavor. Like there's like mango and something else in there that you're not quite sure, but it's good. Very strong, very fresh. So continuing onward, Sunshock will lead you guys further down this road, and eventually you will come across a somewhat familiar-looking style of building, especially to Burberry. It is a small shrine, not too different from the one in Helmfirth. Pretty open air along the sides. I see you smirking.
It's the music. I'm sorry. We're like playing Harvest Moon or something.
I'm just gonna have to ignore
Press the plus button to open your menu.
you. But you see this small shrine. Beautiful sort of trellis work in the wooden structure of this sort sort of pagoda almost, with a very well-kempt thatch roof overhead that's kind of got these multiple kind of staggered layers to kind of give it a little bit of height to it. And around it, there's this very lush green garden. Beautiful hedges, lots of like bright flowers, a couple of palm trees that are sort of rising up around the corners. And he says, so this is the shrine of Alice Verines. She's pretty all right, I suppose.
Wait, Elisa.
Furtively writing.
Alice Verines.
You can
and
check.
yeah, Burberry would recognize it. This is the goddess Alice. Is one of her aspects, the verdant aspect. This is old, sort of, what do you call it? It's not centenary. It's seminary. It's like your first semester at seminary. They cover this kind of stuff, the different aspects of all the gods, and this is the verdant aspect. It's Alice and her gardener persona. You know, this is all about growing and cultivating and sparking growth. And you can see underneath the pagoda of the shrine that there is a tall carven statue, or at least you would see if it were not currently covered by a very large, heavy blanket. It's kind of been thrown over it. Subject doesn't really pay any attention to this, though. He kind of keeps walking, and he's just like, you'll forgive me for saying so, brother Burberry, but the Conclave does not have a terribly strong following here on the island.
Oh, one does not need to be a part of the group to be able to appreciate the things that it appreciates.
What?
I think I agree.
Just because you are not among people who share your belief in a strong capacity does not stop you from still enjoying those things.
Oh, well, why didn't you just say so?
I did.
We got there.
You know?
I'm not sure where the father is, but he's usually around here at some point before noon. We see him later. Maybe I can introduce you. Father Sunsika is a good man. But as I say, he struggles a little bit to grow his flock. The elves of the island are particular about how they worship. They like to keep to the old ways, their old ways. The way I hear it, they don't even pay any regard to the gods of the old elves of Inigad. They have their own thing going on. Not my thing, mind you. I can't say I am too terribly involved in that particular sphere. But, you know.
May I ask what is your thing?
I like a good drink. Appreciate the finer things in life.
Perhaps you should try Washru. God of
Never heard of
candor, whiskey, and party.
You want me to wash who now?
Washru.
And here I was about to ask if it was fried or baked. Well,
It can be all of the above, depending on how thoroughly you practice.
perhaps we might talk of this later. Listen, we have more to see. This way. Leading you past the shrine, you can start to hear the sounds of music. And you've kind of heard pockets of it as you've walked through town at this point. Your fucking face is killing me. You've heard pockets of it kind of rising up out of the neighborhoods around here. It's sort of an omnipresent force here in Gladham. But it's definitely growing substantially louder, and it's sort of losing itself. The harmonies are disappearing in just sort of the cacophony of sound up ahead. And before long, you have sort of emerged into this very, very large, open space. There's sort of small gardens of tropical shrubbery and palm trees scattered around, providing shade. But for the most part, you're just sort of standing in this massive open courtyard that has been just filled with people. And you can see all kinds of food stalls, sort of merchant carts.
Are there any like brick and mortar actual stores here, or is it all carts?
You really haven't seen a lot of actual like signage in your time walking through Farrell. A lot of like the architecture is beautiful in its own way. It's simple materials but very meticulously decorated. But like no signage, no storefronts, no display windows of any kind. It almost all looked residential walking through that main drag. And now that you're here, you're kind of starting to see maybe why. It almost does seem as though all of the island's sort of business takes place through these sort of small-scale impromptu vendors. And the bulk of them have congregated in this square. And Sunchok says, this is the Soma Square, the largest gathering place in Gladham. Over there, he points to one corner of the square, and you can see that there is one building that's sort of jutting out from sort of the perimeter of buildings that sort of surround the square, that has a large enclosure in front of it. Lots of sort of canopies have been set up over that fenced-in area, and kind of getting closer to take a look, you can see that there's a lot of food vendors set up, a lot of benches, lots of fire pits and grills have been set up and sort of provided almost, it looks like, by the space for people to come in and kind of set up shop and just cook. And tons of people milling about, just freewheeling, food, drink, all kinds of cuisine on display here. He says, over there is the I can't even get this one out. Yondralos Copse Brewery and Beer Garden.
I look at
Yondralos.
Lauren.
This one trips me up every time.
Look at Noah. I'm like,
People call it the Copse. It's a lot easier to remember.
I don't know. I think at this point, Jacob, I just need you. Anytime you say a name, I need you to send it in chat because I have no idea. I hear
Yondralos.
Market Square of blank. something.
Okay.
Brewer House.
Soma Square.
Soma Square.
Summer. Soma.
If you're gonna say a word, just drop the accent while you explain it to us.
The
Yeah.
Summer Square. All right.
Like season, yes.
The Summer Square, the Yondralos Copse Brewery and Beer Garden.
What's the beer garden?
Yandralos?
Yondralos.
Yandralos.
That is in chat. I put that in chat.
Oh.
He points up, further up the square, and you can see there's sort of a cluster of palm trees and other sort of towering evergreens. And he says, in that grove is the Shrine of the Way. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. couldn't. I'm like, I'm over here trying to take notes, and I'm like, Market
Mhm.
Square.
Market Square.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any questions about the way they do things around here, spiritually, that is the place to ask. But I warn you now, you may not get a lot out of them. Very traditional, regimented, you know. You have to work your way up. But it's a great contact eye. And you can see there's definitely like a sort of a column of white smoke, just kind of barely visible in the morning sun, but evident, kind of rising up from the midst of these trees. And drawing closer, you can definitely get a very strong, pungent, dank smell coming out of that copse.
Dank as in good or dank as in.
That's a matter of personal preference, I think. Quality-wise, I'll say it's very, very, very like fresh,
Would
dank, good.
A
smelling.
Lauren like the smell of it?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So Lauren's like,
A Lauren can recognize
Me-
quality when she smells it.
me
This
wanna
is
go.
some of like the freshest, greenest smelling.
This is
shit.
like a Lauren's paradise so far.
yeah, I know. I'm never gonna leave. You guys are gonna have to drag me off this island. My God.
Lauren, don't forget that if you spend all of your money here, you will not be able to give any money to the Greed Wardens later.
Are you a warden?
Yes, I am.
Been a while since we've had one of your kind on the island. Welcome, welcome. We're not in any trouble with you, are we?
No,
I
we're
didn't
taking
think
a
so.
little
didn't think so.
vacation. Some
That's fair.
relaxation.
That's fair.
Yes, we've actually heard a lot of interesting things about the forest here.
Yeah, I too have heard some stories about this place. Unfortunately, I have never gotten a straight answer out of these fellows. Kind of looks around wistfully. Maybe you'll have better luck than I have.
What have you heard?
Yeah.
Oh, all manner of spirits live in those woods. It's a whole nother world down that way.
I'm gonna go to Barnaby and be like, that sounds promising.
It does sound very interesting.
Listening.
I tell you now, I have walked those woods from here to Boronon. Never seen anything. Beautiful forest, beautiful, but as far as I can tell, stories. Still, one last thing. If you are really looking for answers, did you get in here? Over there, he points past the shrine of the way, and at the far end of the plaza, there is a very large, sort of long house style structure. Out front, there's these very well cultivated topiaries that have been sort of trimmed up in almost statuesque sort of figures, and sort of hanging on flagpoles are these long red, green, and yellow banners that are just kind of billowing in the winds gently, sort of lining the walk in front of this house. That is the Elder's Hall.
The what?
The Elder's
There's Hall.
Okay, sorry.
You get old enough on these islands, you get a seat in there, you get to start calling the shots.
Think I could maybe speak to him?
You're going to need to make some friends around here who are not me. I do not have that kind of in.
Always kind of friends.
Business connections, yes, but you need personal connections, elvish connections. The folk here as I say, very friendly, but not. Shall I say, cagey? Perhaps is a good word for it. Friendly but reserved. You know, they keep to themselves, keep their business among their own kind.
Well, I know how to deal with cagey folk. I give them some Cajun. That usually works pretty good.
That actually raises a question, my friend. Where are you from? You have an accent I have not heard very often.
Wouldn't surprise me. Most folk have kind of found that. I'm from Border Cramicorn. You know where that is?
That is that's a long way away.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the reasons I came over here, trying to figure out how I done got up here.
You don't
I don't
know.
exactly got a good answer for that.
And we are accompanying him to make sure he doesn't end up stuck there again.
I should technically say I do know how now, but I still don't know how.
Now.
Yes.
And this is what brings you to the island, then.
Little column A, little column B.
We are trying to learn a bit more about his situation.
That is fair. That is fair. Well,
If we were gonna try to go to the Elders Hall, do you have any recommendations of people we should befriend?
Yes, what are the right circles to talk to?
it's it is again not quite so cut and dry like that. You know, you need someone to vouch for you, someone in good standing here in the community.
Someone like...
I mean, you could try the God damn it, the owners at the Copes. Well respected family. You could
I heard
Put your life-
Leona's got a corpse, something like that.
the owners of the Copes.
The owners of the Copes? Oh my god, I heard something.
The owners of the Copes.
You know, I have played serious props.
Yeah, I heard the owners of our corpse.
Because I feel like I'm in the middle of Baton Rouge again.
Okay, what is... You said the Copes?
Yeah, the beer garden.
Oh, okay.
Yondralo's Copes is the beer garden.
Beer garden? That's who you recommend? Let's go. I'm ready.
Convenient.
Do I need to drink them under the table? I can do that.
My
Maybe
as I say,
small.
my recommendation, either the Copes, maybe make a friend over at the shrine if you can, or try walking around town, asking around, see if maybe you can help somebody out. Get on the good side. As I say, I have business connections here, but not exactly personal ones. So, this is sort of the main drive of town. There are all kinds of little gardens and beautiful homes scattered all over the city. It's a lovely place to sort of get lost in. But I have not shown you the North Shore yet, and I think you're going to like it. Would you like to see my resort?
Sure.
I thought you would. Listen, we head back to the port. We head up around the coast this way. Immediately begins leading you back down towards the waterfront.
As we're walking, I'm gonna do a group question for everyone. I'm like, so are we gonna like take a few days to chill, or are we gonna dive straight into it? Because I wouldn't mind just laying on a beach for like a couple days.
I feel like those two things don't have to be mutually exclusive if we need to talk to people at the beer gardens.
I
Like,
mean, I am going to find my time asking regarding the shrine of the square.
The
Uh,
way?
the way. Thank you. I think I would find that very fascinating.
Is the Shrine of the Way where I was smelling all that weed?
Yup.
Dope. I'm totally gonna join you in the
Sure.
ways of the smoke.
Well, sorry, the one that they said that they're very secretive, what have you, was that the Shrine of the Way?
The Shrine of the Way, yeah.
Okay.
The Shrine of Alice Varinus is the one that is, it's a conclave shrine, and it is, as Sunshock has said, not very popular. It's just kind of ignored.
Gotcha.
And again, walking past it again, you can see that there's still hardly anyone there, and there's still a big tarp thrown over the statue in the middle of the pagoda.
We don't pass any more bakeries, do we?
Oh no, you're walking right back down that middle road.
Oh, well then I'm stopping again.
Back so soon, Han. Are you still hungry?
You could say that. Can I have 2 more, please?
Yes, of course. Yeah, 3 copper. You're precious. I love your mask.
Thank
And
you.
yeah,
Very kind.
she'll sell you 2 more.
Wait, 3 copper? But it was 2. Okay. Oh wait, that was a small bit. Thank you.
It's a compliment, child.
Yeah, much appreciated. And he gives her like a very small bow. And stuffs them in his pockets again.
You got to eat those, you know. You're too skinny, I can tell. Under there? Mm-mm. You need more. More on your bones.
He pauses for a second and says, I would like another one, please.
Would you like to see
Eat
her size?
yourself.
And
Head to
this
one
one I will eat very like head down. Nom, nom, nom.
He's adorable. And
Eats like
she'll
a
just
bird.
get back to tending her stock. So Sanjak will lead you back down to the waterfront, and you'll begin making your way north around the edge of town. And as you sort of reach that perimeter, you start moving out of sort of this waterfront neighborhood and into sort of very minimally developed sort of edge of the jungle, sort of rural suburban kind of looking area. You've got scant houses here and there with large yards and gardens, lots and lots of foliage overhead, plenty of shade. You got the sun filtering through in these beautiful beams. Like it's quaint and picturesque here. And before long, you've sort of left this little edge of town neighborhood behind you, and it's just jungle, just verdant jungle on one side, and then to your left, sort of thinning jungle's edge with the water just beyond it. You can see the shore beginning to sort of spread out into that white beach, sort of lapping up the tide as it comes in. And up ahead, the white walls of the resort growing larger and larger. Before long, you're passing under this high archway through this heavy wooden gate that's emblazoned with these gold leaf engravings of the sun and the islands and the water and the fish under the sea. It's like all very, very stylized and very beautiful. And inside these walls is this perfectly manicured green sprawl. You can see cabanas sort of up against the edges of the wall, very like picturesque, up on stilts with these steps leading up into them. And up ahead at the end of this walk that's sort of surrounded on both sides by hedges is this large 3-story ornate building. These massive plate windows, and just like all along the base of the building is these very colorful murals of the jungle and island wildlife. not visible from the other side of the wall across the bay. But now that you're getting close, like it is lavishly decorated. And you can see here and there are some workers kind of tending to the grounds here, and you can see that there's a handful of yes, it looks like walking about in either swimwear or else very just like loose fitting, comfortable silks. And as you guys all are sort of making your way in, a couple of them will kind of wave at you, and a couple just kind of look over curiously and continue on their way. You kind of make your way down the walk and into this building, and the lobby's gorgeous. It's this polished marble floor. There's a crystal chandelier overhead, kind of gilded pillars holding up the roof. There's a glass dome above that chandelier that's kind of letting sunlight filter through and is casting this sort of rainbow prism all along the floor and the walls. And Sunshock just kind of spreads his arm open and says, "Oh, this is the North Shore.
This is beautiful.
Thank you. We take very, very good care of this place. So, how many nights could I put you down for?" He rounds the counter, pulls out a book.
I had a feeling
How
that was
much
where
is
this
You
was
got to
going.
stay at least one.
How much is it per night?
We do not exactly have a ton of money.
Well, Captain Gardner has paid for your first night. He said it
Oh.
was a thank you for saving his crew. So, clearly made quite an impression. Maybe you stay there one night. You make a decision in the morning. Yeah.
We will
What's-
still need to know the rates to make such
Yeah,
decision,
what's the
though.
rate?
Right. Yes. Our base rate is 10 gold pieces a night.
How big's the room?
You've seen the cabanas?
We can make our
No,
decision
we do
tomorrow.
offer a deluxe package inside this fine establishment here. He kind of gestures around at the lobby. It's like we have a luxury suite on the upper floors. Those are 15 gold pieces a night. And then if you're looking for our king's package, top floor, royal suite, 20 gold pieces a night. We also offer an array of services in addition to your stay. We have spa treatments, massages, all manner of care can be lavished upon you.
All right. One more small question. For the 10, 15, 20, take your pick. Is that per room or per person?
A guest.
That's good to know.
Oh god.
Perhaps we will we'll stay the night and make our decision tomorrow, as we mentioned.
Well, here is your cabana. Keys, and he will pull out a handful of keys to distribute to each of you. You guys are going to be in cabana number 5. If you head back out the front door, it's going to be the second one on your left, heading back towards the gate.
All right.
So,
We appreciate it.
of course. No.
How much is the massage?
We do include standard massage as part of your base package. If you would like something a little bit more intensive, a little more specialized, perhaps, we can also
Do you do
enhance it
seaweed
for
wraps? I
a
could be
seaweed
a,
wrap.
I feel like they
I
should.
could be a sushi wrap. I'll be the
We
whole.
could certainly arrange for that, sure.
I'll be a snack, literally.
Lauren,
Super fresh.
you are always a snack.
Thank you. Sometimes I just need a reminder of seaweed wrapped around me.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have like earplugs, would you?
Could use the
We can
seaweed for
certainly
that.
procure some for you.
I could use some.
Of course.
But why do you need?
Yes, why do you need earplugs?
Don't have to listen to such impure thoughts.
Impure thoughts of what?
Right, of course.
The fact that I even need to explain it means you're too far gone.
Alright, I'll take the keys. Let's go
Lauren's
find
gonna
cabana
stare
number
off
5.
blankly,
I
trying to figure out
apologize for
pharmacy.
tainting your ears.
Burberry, I'm
Just
so
all,
confused.
just all the y'all, all the way y'all is. Can't change it, but I can certainly try and not hear it.
But what about your eyes? Because you could see it all still, and then your ears, your eyes are like. Are you just gonna like take out your eyes?
I would not worry about his eyes, considering I imagine that said seaweed wrap would not happen, A, in the room, and B, anytime you do engage in more intimate activities, I imagine Barn Abbey will not be there. Right?
You can assure yourself that. Also,
Yeah.
I got eyelids for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys are bickering on your way to your cabana.
Yeah, I will thank the guy before we go, and then I'll lead us all to the rooms.
Figuring on the way.
The cabana is pretty spacious. It is a 4-bedroom sort of apartment, essentially. You sort of got a bedroom in each corner, and then you've got a central sort of living area that has a little central fire with a hanging pot that you can do whatever cooking you want to do in. There is also a deck that kind of leads up to the not quite the rooftop, but sort of a walkway along the edge of the roof, along the back of the cabana, and walking up and looking over, you can actually see into the jungle over the wall. And while you're not quite against the right wall for this, if you kind of stand on your tiptoes and look up over the roofs of the other cabanas on the opposite side of the courtyard, you can see the ocean and the harbor of Gladham in the distance beyond that wall as well.
Lauren votes that we spend this one day in this bougie ass place and relax. Since this is our only day in this bougie
Given that
ass
we will
place.
only have one day of it, I am inclined to agree, actually. I'm kind of shocked that Captain Gardner paid 50 gold for us to stay here. Maybe he
We
got a
should
deal.
not waste that.
I hope he got a deal.
Right. Probably. Maybe? I don't know.
They seem
Let's
like
go.
50
friends.
gold's a lot cheaper than a new boat.
But I agree. Let's just take a day to ourselves.
Okay.
Lauren's gonna go get a massage. She will then proceed to go to the beach in her bikini and then join the party with whatever else they do.
I think I think Noelle's gonna join a Lauren. It's too nice. It's been too long.
Lauren's gonna eat this up as much as possible. Like any amenity that like's free, she's gonna be like, yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes, I will take 10 of those salt packets. Thank you.
Yes.
Stuff them in your purse.
Yep. We're playing Yes Man right now. That's all.
This is very,
all we
very
do.
similar to an actual resort I went to once, including the
Is it
part
really?
about not having a great view of the beach.
I think, Noel, it might occur to you that might be how Gardner was able to
This may
afford
be the
your
discount
cabana.
one.
Like, listen, you don't have to give him beachfront. Just give him a cabana.
Just something. It's fine.
Oh, also, I have another question. There's only 4 bedrooms, so who's cuddling? Is it the 2 guys, and then we all get our own room?
Well, there's 3 guys. First.
Oh yeah, 3 guys. Sorry.
Oh,
Well,
it's
Burberry almost always
understandable.
sleeps in a tent.
I only count as half of a guy, I suppose. That would make sense. Wait. No.
Burberry, do you want a room? We have roomed up before.
I would happily room with you again, Noel.
Alright, but I call the bed.
That is acceptable. I will build a pillow fort.
Damn, that's hostile. I get the bed. I guess.
Well,
can
you've got
stay
the
with
tent.
me. If you sleep on the floor, you
Pretty
can stay
much
with
every
me.
time Burberry and I have ever stayed in a room, they have just made their tent and slept in it. So,
Or pillow fort. If
Right.
there's not pillows.
I assume this will not
I
be
would
too
not
much
take
different.
pillow- pillows. Wait, this is a spa type thing. I could probably get all the pillows.
Just ask the front desk. I'm sure they'll give you plenty.
Can we just make a gigantic pillow fort in this cabana?
Yes, we could, or we could go get a massage right now.
I like the
Yes.
massage.
Come on, Lauren. Now I'm excited about it. Just hearing a Lauren go through our itinerary.
Yeah,
John's
you guys.
going for the massage.
3 for massage is dope. All right.
Like,
John's
I
also going for the seaweed wrap.
Yes. See, that's what I'm saying. The seaweed wrap sounds great.
And if they have it, a facial.
What other free amenities do we get? I would like to thoroughly plan my day.
Okay.
At this place.
So looking around this resort, I guess kind of unloading your luggage and kind of just giving it a walk around. The spa in the main building is it's pretty expansive. There is sort of an indoor area as well as space outside, like just outside. There's kind of a small section of sort of the back courtyard set aside for sort of sunbathing and whatever other spa shit you would require. They do have mud baths inside that are pretty like silky looking. It looks nice. There's like one older elvish woman who's just like completely passed out in her bath. She's got the full facial and the cucumbers and a towel around her head, and she's just like right.
Pure
We'll definitely get in the
relaxation.
mud. In the mud.
Okay,
So
we're
the
like-
mud, as you approach, one of the attendants is like, "Sir, would you like to partake in the mud package?
Yes.
Going to be 1 gold piece for a
The
mud
ends of a
package."
gold piece.
Oh, we can all get dirty with Barnaby. I'll join.
I'm pretty sure you have to get naked for a mud bath, Barnaby.
Oh, never mind.
That's why I got my trunks on.
Fair enough.
Lauren was just joking.
Is this like so is there just kind of like a facilities center where it's like massages, mud baths, sunbathing on the deck, or is it all separate buildings?
No, so the spa area is all part of the central building. It's all on the first floor.
Oh, okay.
Of that central building. It sort of overlooks there is a pool area as well in the back behind the main building that the spa sort of overlooks. So you've also got sort of that view as well. Pristine waters with this beautiful fountain arcing up out of the middle of it. But yeah, the spa's got there's the mud bath, there's massages, there's a sauna, there's the facials and the mani-pedi room and all that shit.
Is there a jacuzzi of some kind? Have they found that technology out?
Can I take one of everything?
Uh,
With the full pamper.
So the base package includes a massage, and if you're looking for extra,
So just a massage, that's all the base package has. That's the only amenity we get. You get one massage. I don't even get $10 drink credit, like a gold credit.
there's
for
drinks. No, there's a drink credit. I'm talking about the spa.
Oh,
facility.
okay.
As far as the
I thought it
spa
was literally
treatments
you
go,
get a massage.
as far as the spa treatments go, the base package includes the massage. If you want a mud bath, that's an extra gold piece. If you're looking for like the facial mani-pedi, that's another gold piece. And I guess the sauna is probably not a charge. That's probably part of the base package.
It's just a hot room.
It is a hot. Yeah, I was like, that's not really.
I have to pay to sweat. What is this?
Yeah, no. It's just the mud bath and the body treatment that requires a little extra down.
So John's gonna hit up the mud bath, followed by the sauna, followed by the massage, followed by the mani pedi.
So
So
mud
gold.
bath is a gold, and then facial mani pedi is going to be another gold.
Perfectly fine by John.
All right. So Barnaby's doing mud. John's doing mud. What's everybody else doing?
No, I'll go straight for the massages.
Massage. All right, that's fair.
I believe I am okay.
We will probably all meet on the beach later, Berber, if you want to just hang out there for a while. Or perhaps you could go check out the shrine.
They have those. Ooh, I like that plan.
If
Yes,
you go to
I will do that. I will also inquire upon those oversized Rhea?
Oversized what?
The what?
It's big open canopy,
Umbrella?
not canopy. That.
Oh,
Wait, is that how you say it?
Umbrella?
DM, is that how we say umbrella in this world?
Umbrella?
It's pronounced umbrella for some reason.
Umbrella, yeah.
No, I said umbrea.
Ah,
Hombre.
the umbrella.
And that was because Kat wasn't sure if like they were considered not canopies, but like there's a different name for the ones that never
parasol?
close. Yeah, like because there's the ones that don't close and there are ones that do, and I'm like, I know that they have like the little ones, but I didn't know if they made big ass ones for.
So okay, so does Burberry want to find a parasol? Is that what I'm hearing?
One of the oversized ones that you could lounge underneath and not have any shade.
Oh, like the
Okay.
beach umbrellas, like the big ones.
On a beach? Yeah, so the beach probably has they're probably more like four-poster canopies, rather than just like a big folding parasol umbrella thing. But they've got those set up with chairs under them, so you can kind of drag your chair out or push it back under as much as you prefer, So you can definitely go like claim one of those. They've got like a line of them out on the beach, and heading out to the beach, it is pristine sand out here, like fucking glittering white. You've got the palm tree swaying overhead. The water's crystal clear blue, just gently kind of lapping up against the base of the beach, and there's a few people kind of milling about out here. A couple of parties that are either reclining or kind of out swimming in the shallow, but it's not crowded by any means. It's a pretty quiet resort, honestly, now that you're kind of getting the full lay of it, and it's super easy for you to get a hold of one of these canopies and camp out if that's what you want to do.
I would like to go to the shrine first.
Shrine first. Okay. So
If there's a cafe or a bar or a restaurant or something like that across this, like nearby.
there is a bar in the Central Resort building. Yep.
Near the shrine.
Near the shrine. I'll say give me a perception check as you kind of make your way back into town and start kind of walking around.
Well,
12? Okay. So, kind of looking around, you don't really see any bars per se. But you do catch sight of a lot of people who seem to be sort of eating out in their front yards. Seems almost like big family gatherings are like a very common thing here, and there's almost always somebody out like cooking in either a fire pit or in like an outdoor oven, not too far off, like next to the house. And there, it just seems like a very common thing around here. People are just constantly bringing food out and almost eating all day. And it kind of see 2 or 3 of these sorts of gatherings before you catch sight of one person trading coins with the cook, and it kind of clicks like, oh, these are restaurants. They're eating.
Oh.
It just seems like they're kind of running these out of their front yards. Like,
So I have a background trait
okay,
that I would like to try to use, but I would like some better understanding of it.
okay.
So I have adept linguist. I imagine most of these people are speaking Sylvan,
Elvish.
Elvish.
Yes.
But I do not speak Elvish. However, adept linguist said I can communicate with humanoids that don't speak any language that I know, but I have to observe them interacting with each other for at least a day.
Okay.
So if I could get a start on it.
Fair enough. I will say during your time in Gladham itself, we'll count that as progress towards your day. The resort is not like exclusively Elvish, and they seem to speak primarily Common on the resort. So I would not count that area as necessarily progressing your study of the Ferelli Elvish culture.
Oh, that's fine. In all honesty, I'm probably going to be a terrible player for one whole afternoon and kind of forget that I'm supposed to meet everybody at the beach.
Fair enough. So Burberry never comes back. You don't see him anywhere on the beach, guys. What do you do?
He gets so focused.
That's fair.
Wasn't there marbles?
Didn't we come here with 5?
You just put the cucumbers back in your eyes like it's my imagination, I'm sure.
It'll come back to me if it's important. More lime water, please.
Extra lime. You know what? Just give me a lime.
Cut it,
Slice,
just like,
though. I do want a slice.
Lime slices on the eyes.
I feel
Ow.
like this burns more than it should.
This one tingles like the cucumber didn't. So you're in sort of the heart of Gladham, looking around. You're seeing all these restaurants. Did you want to do anything with these, or did you want to go straight to the shrine?
Basically, I wanted to spend my time observing. Like, I didn't want to move around too much,
Mhm.
which is why I was like, hey, if I picked a restaurant or a bar, I could sit at it for, several hours and nobody would look the other way as long as I keep buying myself drinks.
Okay.
So, basically, I would like to do the equivalent of that. I'm okay with, moving from place to place if necessary. I just basically want to be able to observe for long periods of time without people going, who the fuck is that creeper?
Okay.
Like,
I will say, at the Copes, the beer garden, that place looked closer to a traditional restaurant sort of setup. At least the closest that you've seen, aside from these sort of impromptu cookout situations in the yards.
Mhm.
At the Copes, though, it did not look like the establishment itself was serving food so much as people were bringing food and preparing it themselves there. But they were serving drinks. So
Okay.
if you want to go hang out there,
I will do that after getting myself food from one of these neighborhood establishments.
okay, yeah.
Something that smells good and meaty.
It all smells fucking amazing. Just kind of walking up the street. I mean, you kind of glance in one yard and you can see the dish looks like it's like a chicken skewer. There's char-grilled vegetables intermixed with this brightly colored spiced chicken. It's got a really pungent, smoky kind of flavor smell to it. Looks great. The next yard over, there's just a like 2 long tables of elves kind of sitting and talking and eating out of bowls. And it looks like almost a curry dish with rice, bright red sauce. And they've got it, sprinkled with, it looks like, chives or green onions. That's got a real spicy
And it does
kinda
look like
smell
they are
coming out of
selling it and not just it's a family gathering.
No, like the more you watch, the more you kind of start noticing kind of the really low-key handoffs of coin to the cook every time, someone takes another plate or bowl. It's like they take it and they just hand off the coin and just start eating or drinking, and then they'll get up and head out at their leisure.
Okay, I'll start at the Indian place.
The curry place?
Yeah.
Sure.
And then I'll spend some time observing there as I'm eating, because I'm sure that they're chatting with each other across the table and all that nonsense.
So you head in, and immediately there's a handful of kind of curious heads that kind of turn towards you, and kind of there's this moment, this pause, as like that corner of the table kind of goes quiet, taking in this bizarre figure in this heavy robe and mask. Before one of them cracks a smile and begins to beckon and says, "Madame Melanin, friend, please have a seat." And kind of beckons you over and scooches in to make room at the table for you.
I say thank you very kindly. Sorry to impose. I would like to try whatever you're having. It looks amazing.
Yes, good. You can tell this guy does not speak a lot of common. But he looks like a young, pretty friendly elf, and he'll immediately start beckoning, like, "Hey, da 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 da," and start calling over the cook, and they'll start speaking very, very quickly in Elvish, and before long, you've got yourself a bowl in front of you, and the cook just kind of hands it down and pats you on the back with a big smile. Kind of lingers there for a moment.
I would say that I'm not used to this kind of treatment, but we all know I'd be lying.
And as the cook continues to linger, the young elf next to you is kind of nudging you, and he kind of makes a little sigh with his hands.
How much?
He'll hold up a hand for you, and he'll reach into his pocket, and he'll say, "Nisi," and hand it over to the cook, and just at a glance, it looks like just a handful of copper coins.
Okay,
two or
I'll hand him a silver.
The cook looks taken aback. Thank you, and starts counting out the copper to hand back to the young elf, and he starts holding his hand no, take it. There's this quick exchange, but they start laughing, and the cook will pat you on the back again and head off and start serving others, and the young elf kind of just raises his eyebrows to you. He says, you Conclave.
Yes. Visiting from Freeport?
Freeport, yes. Boronon.
Oh, gotta start writing stuff. Boronorn?
Yeah. And he'll point kind of up towards the mountains, outside of town, to the east. Boronon. He just starts gesturing kind of in the wide arc.
Alright, Kat's looking to see if she has any language help. I don't think she does.
Well, at any rate, this guy's gonna have a very broken conversation with you. It's friendly enough, He's trying. Between his very broken common and your sort of knack for language, you kind of start to grasp what's happening, and you can get a few basic exchanges out of this before.
Does he speak either common, draconic, celestial, or primordial?
No.
I feel like we're offhand just goes through them really quick,
Sure.
and if he picks it up, then cool. If he doesn't, okay. Like,
Yeah, like you try each of these, and he's just like, Freeport, yeah,
I can't believe he
Alright,
doesn't
yeah.
speak Celestial.
Freeport.
I mean,
you
if he worships it, why invite you
cover your bases. The primordial would have surprised me.
Yeah, he
So wait,
Tries.
what is he speaking? I guess we don't know.
presumably Elvish. Like this is an entirely Elvish
Okay.
little gathering.
I can help you tomorrow, Burberry.
But yeah, this is more or less what your experience is going to be for the most part, talking to people over the course of this day. Like there'll be some who know more common than others, but for the most part, the elves of Gladham speak Elvish.
That's okay. I figured that would be the case,
Yeah.
and actually, this is still like I feel like Burberry. Were he not Burberry, he might get annoyed, but like as just like, oh, this is fascinating.
Burberry's just glad to be
And
here.
he kind of he just takes it all in stride, and
There's
he
prob-
probably like continues paying in silver like way too much money, and he's fully aware that he's doing this, but he ran out of copper or whatever. So.
Yeah, the cook keeps bringing food. Like, does not stop bringing you food. Like every time you hand a coin, they're like, thank you. And like within 10 minutes, like they're like watching you finish your bowl before they bring another one out. They start like they get a pitcher and they start pouring you glasses of tastes like a really fruity, like a sour ale almost. It's not wine. It's got like a carbonation to it, but it's very fruity ale. And yeah, there's probably a point at some point during this day where you're just like sitting at this round table with like like 5 other elves all talking to each other at the same time, just with your cup, looking from one face to the other.
Well, I might not be able to speak to any of these people, but I'm gonna walk by tomorrow and be like, that.
I know that guy. Freeport. And yeah, that sounds
and
like
once-
your afternoon.
Once you realize people start just framing him in Freeport to be like, oh, Burberry. Like, I'll try and introduce
Burberry. Burberry from Freeport.
Yes.
And yeah, that'll be Burberry's afternoon.
This is a great day.
Yeah. Does anybody else have anything they want to do?
I think it'll be safe to say I spent like a gold or 2 during the day.
Yeah. How many bowls do you want to buy of food, or bowls, plates, whatever, drinks? How much do you want to eat? Because if you just keep handing people a silver per plate, they will keep bringing you food.
Pretty good at Constitution, so there's probably gonna be a lot. Do they do like to go? Like, can I take any with me when I leave, or is it just solely while I'm there? Do I see anybody else taking stuff to go?
Give me a perception check. See if you have to just wing it or not.
15.
15. Okay, yeah. I think as you're thinking about this, you'll start keeping an eye out for it, and you will notice a couple of people will take plates and just stand up and walk away.
Okay. If there's anything that's especially delicious, then I will save it for Burnaby.
Okay.
Just dump it in your pocket.
Yeah. With your pastries.
Yeah.
I will say, kind of like table hopping, you will notice pretty much everyone uses the same kind of plates.
Oh.
It does not look like there's a ton of variety on that front, at least as far as these cookouts kind of go. They're all just like really like thin, like smooth, well polished, like almost like a wood bark plate kind of feels like. It just kind of feels like cheap, interchangeable. These people probably just kind of collect them as folks go about their day, and disperse as needed. They're very communal feeling, so it does not seem like people really give a shit about those. The cups, however, you do notice people are more protective of. Like table. They start pointing it as you walk away with a fucking tankard.
Oh no! For that, I have a water skin.
Yeah.
Water skin.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So yeah,
the plates they don't give a shit about.
I'll say I'll spend about 2 gold just because that is like
A
20
lot of
plates.
food. Burberry just spends all afternoon eating and comes back just, just the worst meat sweats.
Hey,
We can't see.
meat sweats are-
But you can smell.
Yeah, I feel like he brought like a little bit of something for everyone. Like he mostly brought the curries and like that kind of thing for Barnaby, just to try for later food purposes. He might bring Noelle like a piece of garlic naan if they do that.
They probably got some like savory flatbreads for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, like he'll have like just a little something for
Mattering
everyone.
of everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He is very
How
full.
thoughtful.
It's probably like lukewarm by the time you get back to the cabana, but you can like warm it up by the fire without too much issue and kind of hand them off to everyone.
I must say that I spent way too much money on stuff, but I did have a great enjoyment of a day. Did you know that there are communal tables where everyone will just sit down? It's very friendly.
I feel like I've heard of stuff like that before, but I'll have to go check it out.
I have never felt so welcome.
Very
Well,
nice.
when talking to strangers
Right.
who can't speak to me.
So where are we at this point then?
So Burberry would come back like late afternoon as the sun's sort of starting to set, probably.
Right.
Is what it sounds like. He would have spent all morning and like I said, afternoon out there for like 8 hours. So by that point, you guys would have definitely like had your spa treatment and done whatever else other stuff you wanted to do while you were at this resort. Like what did folks want to tackle while you're here? I heard mud baths. I know John was getting the full treatment. Anybody else got anything?
After the full treatment, John's going out to the beach to just lay in the shade.
Okay.
Lauren's gonna go to the beach for sure, but first she's probably gonna go use all of her drinking credits at the bar, and
Sure.
then go to the beach.
Yeah, and you're served by this very fair-skinned blonde human woman, very young, very pretty. She looks like she was hired specifically for this presentation sort of aspect of the bar here, and she mixes your drinks up and hands them off to you and says, "So, will you be in Latham for long?"
Think so? I'm just here for the ride, honestly. So. See where things take us.
Well, as long as you're here at the North Shore, it will be a very, very relaxing ride, I promise you. Would you like another one? You finished that one really quick.
Yeah, I would.
Before that sentence is done, it's just gone.
Yeah, she'll make you another drink real quick. Yeah, so Lauren gets herself nice and toasty, heads out to the beach.
Wait, I have a quick question. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna drink. I'm probably gonna get like pretty intoxicated, not like too intoxicated, just like a perfect level of drunk before I
You've
go
got
to the
practice,
beach.
yeah.
And before then, well, I have seen other people smoking that danky dank.
Give me a perception check.
I think is my perception a +7 now, right?
I think you do have a +7 now.
That's 24. Okay.
You smell it before you see it.
I'm gonna use my nose and I'm gonna follow it till I find it.
Yeah, you're probably like coming out of your massage, like just probably like before you go grab your drink and kind of catch a whiff. Kind of follow it out the door towards the pool, and as you kind of round a corner of a hedge, you see there's a dwarvish couple, kind of laying poolside, and there's an attendant standing there with a small silver tray, and a little matchbook in his hands, and he is kind of bending over and offering them both fresh blunts. They are taking their pick, and
We'd like
he's lighting
multiple.
for them, and they're just kind of
Is it a male and a female dwarf?
Yep.
How much is that?
How much for the tray?
Yeah, how much for the tray? How much for all of it?
The attendant turns to you and he says, "Silver for one roll."
Where can I buy it in like bulk? Would you recommend?
If you are looking for more, you could certainly ask at the front desk. They could probably bundle some up for you.
Or anywhere else that sells it?
He kind of looks around and just kind of gestures at everything. This is Gladam. You could get this anywhere.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Then I'll spend like 5 silver and buy like 5 rolls.
Sure. All right.
I just don't want to buy too much from here because I know they're going to be like probably a lot more expensive than us.
Sure. Light. He'll hold up a match.
Oh yeah.
So, soft retcon to your bar scene. You're in there getting your drinks with a blunt in your hand.
Just like that. Each swig, drink's gone. Then a puff, another drink gone.
I feel like we found like the Aloran daycare. If we ever need to like offload her for a day.
Leave her at the resort.
Yep. Could you watch?
Yeah,
cool. Could you watch our Triton for the day?
Set her on a beach, give her a roll, and
Well, no.
Let her
You
up.
see that? Yeah, it's 10 gold a day
Yeah.
for the basic.
I feel like I'll probably just go for the massage and then I'll head to the beach and go swimming and then sunbathing and stuff.
Sure. So you're probably out there before anyone else. It sounds like.
Yeah, probably.
And yeah,
I guess since Burberry didn't get the umbrella, I'll pick out a good spot for us.
sure. You get one like close to like one palm tree. It's very just like picture perfect. Silhouetted against the sky overhead. Real like just close enough to the water that it's not too far of a walk, and it's just like a little bit of like a spray coming up as the waves crash, and beautiful.
This is amazing.
Perfect.
And it feels so much better now since I worked out some of the stress in that massage.
Right. And yeah, so Noelle gets to the beach, probably followed by Aloran. It sounds like she didn't do too much in the spa. Got your blunts, got your drinks, and went out and joined her.
Oh yeah.
John arrives
Red-eyed
later,
and happy.
totally rejuvenated. John looks fucking magnificent. Like his skin is glowing. All of his pores are like completely not like fucking. He looks like a new man, glistening in the midday sun.
I'd say, okay, in this brief... Actually, where's Barnaby? Is he just in the
That
mud
is a good
bath all
question.
afternoon? Or...
He's gonna come out. He looks like not as rejuvenated as everybody else.
Oh no, what's wrong, Barnaby? Tell us.
Call that a mud bath? There weren't even sticks or anything to scratch yourself with.
If you wanted a back scratch, sir, you could just ask. I am at your disposal.
Now, sometimes
there.
finding a
Keep
stick is
crazy.
part of the fun. And you can toss mud around.
Shut the fuck up.
But I imagine he wouldn't let me do that now, would he?
This mud is very carefully curated for its rejuvenating properties. I will
You just got real quiet.
The
You need to
audio's
speak up, son.
goofing.
Oh, that's what I did.
Oh.
My gain got rolled down. Okay. Forgive me. I will let the front desk know that the mud bass need more sticks. We can make that happen for you.
I guess I'm a bit particular in the mud bath, so don't think of it too much on you.
It is no trouble. I aim to please a connoisseur of these matters. Even with your relatively low insight compared to the rest of the party, you could tell this guy is doing his damnedest to kiss ass. So, what's next, Barnaby? After your mud bath, what are you doing?
Well, he's still got on his trunks, so he's just gonna go on out and
Get all the mud out of him.
yeah, exactly. Make sure that he can get all clean again.
It's like, sir, please, you can rinse off over here. Not through the resort.
No, I'll just rinse off in the
No, there's a
water.
beach over there.
Not on the carpet. There's like a trail of dudes following you with towels. They're like throwing down in front of you to cover the fucking carpet. Sir, please. There is a door outside right there.
Oh, thank you.
Oh god.
It's a lot of grumbling.
Nice
as they-
people.
And they're like, I don't care what they say. They're definitely buying the deluxe package tomorrow. We ain't dealing with this shit.
Real
Yeah,
nice folk.
Eventually, a very muddy Barnaby will wander up to the rest of you on the beach.
I was gonna say, when we had a few minutes before, I guess before Barnaby would arrive, Noelle's just gonna. So it's me, John, and Alaric right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Noelle's just gonna say. So, Lauren, how did things go with Gerald before we left?
Ooh, you already know.
I could take a guess.
Yeah. No, it went very, very well.
So,
And lots of fun food.
where exactly do you two stand now? Do you know?
Great question. DM.
Yeah.
Where do we stand?
I mean, y'all did the deed, so there's that.
I don't know if that's a DM question.
I don't know. We probably discussed it before. I left on another grand adventure.
What would you have said? What's that discussion? Take us back, Lauren.
Hey Gerald, what are we?
Blunt.
So you just went up and said, "What are we?"
No, it was after copious amounts of lovemaking.
Well, okay, yes.
Sprawled on the floor of the office that you guys were supposed to be setting up.
We left the room more haphazard than when we entered it.
Yeah, that's a great question, Lauren.
Don't you dare switch this around on me. I asked the question.
I mean,
It's your response.
we talked a bit about my thing, and you were cool.
We talked a lot about your thing.
We've been hanging out
Right.
all week, and now you're leaving town tomorrow, and I'm just gonna be playing Office here with Gideon for the foreseeable future, which is gonna be super fun.
Yeah, that's not the question I asked.
No, I'm just taking stock of
Gerald, you're just summarizing the week.
Yeah, this is just a summary of
I'm
what's
not
already
dodging the
happened.
question, okay? I'm just
Sorry,
organizing my
Dad.
thoughts here, getting into character for a character I didn't.
Did I just
like.
retroactively prompt an argument?
Yes.
But no, I mean, I think we're good for sure, right? Like, is that a fair assessment to start with?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so we're good.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to tell you, Lauren, this sounds like the most awkward conversation I've ever heard. But you do a very good impression of Gerald.
Well, thank you.
It sounds just like him.
It goes on for a while like this, actually.
Yeah, no. I
So after the 40 minutes of him dancing around it, what did he say?
Yeah.
What did I say?
No, I asked you.
But you know, in D&D, what do you got to do when you don't know?
I guess we gotta roll dice. Johnny, roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion? What? But why is it? What am I trying to persuade him?
What are you asking?
I asked what are we? That's all I asked.
That's not a unilateral decision I can make. This is a group decision.
What would you like? I'm
More
what?
of this. This is good.
Oh my god.
How
Well,
did a man with
I-
this
I-
low charisma become a paladin?
That sounds like
I
things
think
ended
what-
on a very
I think
awkward
what-
note.
I think what past Gerald is trying to say is, do you want to continue to just be fuck buddies, or you want something more?
That is a good question. Yeah, disembodied Burberry from the future. Is that what we're doing, or do we want to? Or, like, do you want to do more than that?
Hey, I'm open to more. But that is up to you if you want it to be more or less.
Persuasion check.
Okay.
Now we need the number. Now it's important. There's stakes.
Now there weren't any sticks in the mud puddle.
That's a 6.
Oof. You want to use some inspiration?
Does this relationship mean to you, Lauren?
Yeah.
Is it worth an inspiration?
Yeah, it is. Ruh-roh. Okay.
Look, I'm putting it out there that it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world if you guys weren't dating right before you go to the fucking spa with a bunch of hot people.
True. Okay. I was a nat 1 for my inspiration, so that's a 5.
I'll give you my inspiration.
You can't.
I don't think
you
that's
can't
how it
just
works.
Keep throwing inspiration at it. No, you get 1. So 6 total.
5. Well, do I get the higher of the 2?
You get the
Yeah,
higher
you get
two,
the higher.
yeah.
Okay, so 6. One higher.
Do you
What,
not have,
what was
wait,
your persuasion?
My persuasion's a +4. I rolled a 2 and then I rolled a 1.
Oh
my God.
Shit! Holy cow, Johnny.
I'm a little
offered.
upset, but
Okay, so with a fucking with a 2 to become a 6. Holy shit.
this is it.
I'm gonna
This is
commit
what-
to this. I'm gonna commit to this. Gerald keeps dancing. He keeps dancing around it. He's like being real wishy-washy, non-committal about it. He's just like, I'm just saying, you know. I mean, if that's what you want, like, you know, we can definitely start looking at things like that. That's an option we can start.
So you don't want to look into that option right now?
No.
Look, I just want to know if we're exclusive or not. That's all I want to know. Because this is fun, but I would like it if
I
we
mean,
weren't
I
exclusive.
can almost guarantee
we
you,
were.
like, I'm effectively exclusive at this point with you. This is the first I've been with anyone in ages.
Say that again.
This is the first time I've been with anybody in ages, so I'm definitely not looking to just, play the field here. That's how they say it, right? It's not really my
Aw, you
bag.
old man. I'll just grab his little cheek.
Yeah, also that's a conversation we're gonna need to have at some point. So snap back to the present.
Oh, by the way, because I am drunk, at this point, I'm giving you guys all the details. Like, it's the conversation that just happened. You guys got all the details of that. Like, you were there.
That sounds really awkward.
Yeah, no,
Really,
it was,
really awkward.
I think we're exclusive.
I did
but
not.
still-
I don't think we needed
Yeah.
35 minutes of detail in that one, but I appreciate the story at least.
Yeah, I just needed someone else to understand what I had to deal with.
It's.
during
He sounds
a very
very
trying conversation.
frustrating. But I'm glad it went well.
One
So-
more bang before you go.
What?
You say one more bang?
Before she goes.
Well, of course, yes.
Ended on a positive note at the very least.
Okay, and just to, Lauren and Gerald are exclusive, correct? Yes. Okay. Cool. That's all I need to know. So, if we weren't, I was gonna try to fuck some guys probably while you were here, but. Well, if you didn't want to be exclusive, that's the Lauren thing to do.
Yeah.
She would have been upset. So
Yeah,
then she would have.
it's not really in his character to be out there being like, nah, you know, I don't, a 6, nah, I don't want to be, like, that's not him, you know? He's real bad at this. So that conversation was not going to be a fucking smooth one. So, you get all the fucking juicy deets about that horribly awkward conversation of
And then Barnaby
while you
walks
guys are
up.
chilling on the beach, covered in mud. Yeah. Now he's got like sand sticking to his feet and his shins as he kicks it up.
How y'all been doing?
Good. It seems like you've been having your fun.
You see, like, a couple of very, like, exhausted and relieved staff members, like, turning around to leave.
They're in the
It's
door.
okay.
They're like folding the rug up.
Real nice people. Felt
Yes,
like
they are.
royalty.
So are you going to go swimming, or?
Yeah, figured in a bit. Once this gets a little kicked on more.
What, more sand?
Oh, just let the mud dry out, you know, a little bit.
Oh, so you want to become like a stone?
I'm easily amused, let me put it that way. You just gotta
Okay.
lay down, start baking in the sun.
Your back is just covered in sand at this point. Like when you stand up,
Yeah.
you've got like a sandpaper grit to you.
I think Lauren will go on to the second roll at this point in time.
Sure.
But it dies and she just and instantly gets
Immediately.
Immediately.
together.
I accidentally made Laura's day worse. Thinking back on that conversation. Yeah, Noelle's gonna go swimming then.
Oh, yeah.
And just keep hanging out at the beach until Burberry gets back, I guess.
It'll be hours, but eventually, as the sun starts to set on your party, Burberry will find himself back on the property, and the staff will definitely direct him towards his party down at the beach if he asks.
Carrying 2 plates that just piled with food.
Oh my.
Arnold would have definitely gotten into the water at some point. Start scraping off all the mud.
Same with Lauren.
You feel exfoliated for sure.
It's a lot easier when it's hard like this.
There's just all these like hard flecks of mud like drifting in the tide now, mixing with the sand.
It'll flow around.
Apologies, I was gone for so long I entirely lost track of time.
I admit, I think we did too.
I brought it.
Yes, you did.
And he starts, like, rattling off what he thinks everything is.
Lots of rice, you know, lots of grilled veggies, chicken. Pretty sure this is lamb in here. Maybe
It's
goat.
gamey like
It's
lamb
gamey,
does.
yeah. It's good. can't tell what the fuck they seasoned it with, but like real like hearty, savory, some spice to it. It's like good shit.
I think we'll have a sweet fucking smorgasbord, courtesy of Burberry, on the beach.
Burberry had to scrape like 20 minutes through fucking city streets and jungle for this to get this home to you guys.
I will give Burberry like a silver for like some of the food.
Oh, don't worry about it. It didn't really cost that much. And it was entirely worth the experience.
I'm gonna just slip it into his pocket at some point later.
Sure.
Roll perception, Lauren?
Maybe I'll roll good, you know. Nope.
Then you notice nothing.
It was a 13.
Oh, wait.
I have a +7, so I got a 6 + 7. So
Your coin plinks onto the ground when you try and stick it in his pocket.
hurtful. Okay, then I guess I'll pick it back up and put it in my pocket. And then I will offer Burberry my little roll, and I'm like, would you like to hit this?
Perhaps another day.
This is nothing like the last thing.
Oh,
this
no. It's,
relax
I am quite full, and, it is okay, but thank you.
Fair.
Do you guys have a nice beachfront picnic? Watch the sunset.
Oh, hey, we did get a beach episode.
You did get a beach
I knew we
episode, yeah.
would.
It happened. We got there early. And yeah, you guys have the evening. Is there anything else you want to do before bed?
Actually going to write a letter to Gerald. and
Hey,
Send it in the next morning.
gotcha.
Do I need to type up the letter, or can I give you a summary of the
You can
letter?
summarize it for me, yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. Anything else?
Probably just gonna hang out and do writing and just talk with people.
Bill, right? All right.
I have a question. Is weed and I'm guessing what they have is weed, right? Technically, what is
Yes.
their terms for weed here?
Um,
Because I will tell Gerald about it in my letter.
Oh, I could probably help with that.
I mean, they just call it weed.
Just weed. Okay, cool, perfect.
Fantasy weed.
They fantasy weed. It's schmeed.
It's weed.
I feel like like during this short brief of downtime, Burberry's just muttering to himself in what's probably Elvish. Partial Elvish. It's like he's trying to remember something.
Very, very broken Elvish, but yeah.
I would offer to help you learn Elvish, or at least get the basics of it in the evening, because I do speak it.
Oh, I would love that.
Are
'cause
you-
I've picked up.
It sounds like you're practicing.
You do start to pick up a couple of things whenever 5 people are all speaking in Elvish and you speak none.
Yes, that is true. I will give you a hint. A lot of the words start with vowel sounds.
I guess I did notice that. They must be very into. It's not alliteration, because that's. Or maybe it is alliteration. When all the things start with the same.
That is alliteration.
Consonants? Alliteration? What's the vowel one? Is there a vowel one?
I think it's the same thing.
Oh. Well, go figure.
But I speak it, so if you need help, let me know.
He will pick your brain. Like, he has a list. He's like,
Could you tell me what this one means?
Food.
Explains why they said that one a lot.
Tell you what, Burberry, go ahead and give me just a basic intelligence roll.
well, that is a basic roll.
12? Okay.
Mhm.
I'll say one phrase stuck out to you. You heard this pretty much every time you sat down. They always greeted you with Manam Malainen. And when you share this with Noelle, Noelle, this kind of makes you do a double take. Your familiarity with Elvish is enough to tell you that this literally translates to "What up, my friends," and it sounds so unnatural to your ears. This is not the Elvish you were used to back west.
Yeah, I'm pretty much exclusively used to like the pompous, like flowery Elvish. So this is probably a bit different.
Yeah, there's definitely a very distinct dialect here, and like you've heard it spoken as you've been walking. Very distinct accent that does not match up with anything you've experienced before, and there's definitely a style to their word choice that is just not typical to what you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very new experience, and yeah, it's probably just a little tickle to kind of hear that one coming out of Burberry.
That is an interesting one.
I think I like it.
It does kind of roll off the tongue.
Rolls off the tongue,
Yes.
Jinx? Is that what they... No, that can't be right.
I think I'd have to get you a drink.
No, I wouldn't ask that of you. That seems like a very odd prank.
Yeah, I never really understood it. I was going to get a drink anyway, though, so if you want something. I still have my token, and you probably do too.
Is that what this is?
Are you guys going drinking? I'll come with you.
Oh, sure.
Lauren pokes her head out.
Lauren just like out of the sand.
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you guys drinking?
Her eyes are just bloodshot. She's got like 5 blunts lit. It's like, so what's her drinks?
That's what I came here to do.
All right, we'll probably just drink for the rest of the evening.
All right.
I think Burberry like keeps 2 of his like tokens for himself, but he just gives Lauren the rest of his tokens.
He's gonna stay upwind from the smoke.
Fair. I will say, Laura, the bartender definitely kind of like very pointedly looks at you as you turn in 2 people's worth of drink tokens today, but she just shakes her head with a little pours you a drink.
As much as me, they're good friends.
She'll lean into you, Burberry. Take care of her, all right?
Naturally.
And I'm dead.
Actually, here, I'll take care of it right now.
Oh no.
No, what are you doing? Don't do it! And then Lauren's gonna like hop out of her chair, and she's gonna start like running around the bar because she doesn't know what Burberry's trying to do. So she's afraid.
That's a restoration.
Oh.
Well.
Does it hit me?
I mean, if Burberry can, is it a touch spell?
Oh, it's no, I have to catch you first.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm running.
I am not putting that much work into it. I'll wait till she calms down.
Sure.
She'll tire herself out.
Sure enough, she will be at another table, away from me. Now.
I was gonna say, Noelle wants to order a drink that's like local and fruity.
Okay.
Something specific, because I'm thinking back to the pastries, and you said there was like a fruit flavor that we didn't recognize.
Sure. Yeah. The
Something that I could
will-
only get here.
I got you covered. The bartender will grab a few bottles and start pouring, and then she will pull out a small fruit that you don't recognize. It's sort of scaled like a dragon fruit looks almost, but they've got an almost iridescent sort of shimmer to them. And when she peels it, there is this very bright yellow flesh inside. It's got sort of like a pear apple consistency to it. And she very, deftly juices that and strains it into your drink, which looks like sort of a rum pineapple concoction with this mystery fruit mixed into it. She'll pass that over to you, and sure enough, you have a very, very strong, fruity, sugary drink. And again, you taste that same very bright, not quite citrusy. Like you're trying to kind of nail down the flavor of it, but it's somewhere between sort of citrus and like a guava or mango kind of flavor to it.
Is there a name for this fruit?
Very robust. Well, we just call it scale fruit. The elves have their own names for it, but I'm not fluent myself.
It's very good.
But it's native to the island. Very popular.
I can tell, very fresh.
You're a fan already, then?
I think so. It's going to be hard to leave when we have to.
Well, enjoy it while you can, then, right? You want another?
I only had the one drink token.
I'll pour you another one. There's 2 halves of this fruit.
It's like a malt where they give you the whole fucking thing.
Yeah. And she'll top you off.
Cool.
Yeah. So, drinks, tomfoolery before bed. Eventually, you guys will turn in for the night. It is 10:20. I have got to pee. We're gonna break here.
All right.
Yeah, that sounds like a good spot.
Break
I
time.
agree.
Yeah. And be back by 10:25, let's say.
All right.
Fair?
All right.
BRB.
Alrighty.
you're back on. Sounds like shenanigans are beginning again.
John's not back though.
He
said to
he
start.
said we could start without him.
Okay. So, before bed, Aloran and Burberry have a little altercation, attempting to maybe spare the staff some further difficulties before wrapping up for the night. And Aloran ends up running off into the ocean and drinking her personal bottle of whiskey by herself in the waves. Not all of it, but enough.
I don't drink at all.
Not all of it, sure. So, that night,
Uh-oh.
you all go to sleep
Oh, God.
and sleep soundly
Oh, no.
and wake up in the morning
Oh, God.
to a bright, sunny day.
No!
Oh no, not the sun.
No! To Willem Grimes.
Howdy.
Thought you saw the last of me, did you?
Nice place you got here.
Swam to Pharaoh.
Just my head.
I see you found my decoy.
Did the dead man's float? Oh my.
I got a few of those. No. He is...
No, this is his cousin, William Rhymes.
Is he a bard?
Yeah, he's gonna get us with his sick
Willem-
beats.
I am rhyme.
Willem Grimes and Willem Rhymes. I love you.
So stupid. Oh god. Alright, yeah, your night passes without incident, and you guys will wake up in the morning refreshed, rejuvenated. Aloran, roll a Constitution saving throw for me. Yes, please.
I tried.
My one good roll of the night.
It's very fitting.
I'm not gonna have a hangover out of spite.
An unnatural 20.
Alright. Despite your best efforts,
Ha! I told you no. Hell no.
you have not topped your personal record and are currently A-okay in the morning when you wake up. A little groggy, but experienced seasoned pro at this. So yeah.
Ooh, a letter I write journal is so drunken. It's kind of like, just kind of nonsensical. And I will send it. I will send it that night. I'll like go find a post office and drop it in.
It's like 10 pages long, and 4 pages of it is just her describing his eyes.
Yeah, like some shit like that, yeah. It is the most cringy letter ever. Like, he's gonna read it and be like, what the fuck is this bitch on?
It's amazing.
I think we're gonna kill Putt this episode.
Poor to God. Fucking A. Okay. So I think you're probably like looking for somewhere to drop this thing, and one of the staff will probably come up to you and be like, "Are you looking for something, ma'am? Can I help you?"
I need to put this thingy to get sent to person over there.
We could definitely take that and mail that for you. Do you have an address that we can?
It's the Pretidium in
Pretidium.
Pretidium.
Pretty titium.
The pretty titty. I mean, what?
Random person just gets your letter at the pretty titty and it's like,
It's a brothel.
It's at the big
We'll make sure this gets sent there right away. Don't you worry.
No. They go in. Whoo, demon. Just...
You get some sleep, all right?
Wait, do you know where it's going?
Yes. Don't worry. We will
What's it
make sure
called?
this is mailed.
What's the place called again?
Place you are trying to send the letter to. Yes, we will get that sent there. Don't worry.
But where is it?
It's-
Do you know what I'm talking about?
We definitely know what you're talking about, ma'am.
I don't
Yes.
think you know what I'm talking about.
No, I promise we do. Please.
Can I
Why
have
don't
my
you?
letter back?
If you would like to wait until morning to mail it, that is also okay.
Are you gonna send it to the pretty titty?
We will send it to its intended recipient. Don't worry.
Who's the intended recipient?
You just said. What did you? This poor fucking schmuck is like. He's
sorry.
trying to be placating, but
Hey.
he has no idea what you're talking about.
Is Burberry and Noel, are they still in the
I'm sure you guys would be there. This is happening in the night before you guys wake up, so you'd see this.
Lauren, do you need assistance?
And I'm trying to get a sign with pretty titty, but they don't know what I'm talking about. I just want to send them my boo thing.
Okay, she wants to send the letter to a man named Gerald at the Presidium in Freeport.
We only got titty. Titty was the only word of that came through, Johnny.
I think we understand what she meant.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to act out how she would be if she was drunk.
No, you're doing a great job. It's hilarious.
I heard you because I'm like 10 feet from you, but the thing didn't light up until you said titty.
Send it to the titty! The titty!
You were just like, titty.
We will get
yeah.
the letter sorted, I think.
The staff will definitely appreciate your stepping in and helping, and they will assure you that they will make sure it is sent off in the morning. So.
I don't think I ever got them earplugs.
Just use some of that caked on mud.
I keep a little bit behind my ears.
It's so gross.
You said yourself it was premium quality mud. Not that gross if you think about it. Just saying.
Touche. Come morning, you guys will wake up refreshed, Aloran, no worse for wear, and there's a continental breakfast in the main resort we're building. They've got fresh fruit salad, flapjacks with a wide array of tropical fruit preserves you can lather on them. They got all kinds of shit.
So I guess while we're eating
Yeah.
breakfast,
Yeah,
we could talk about the day. Is it like a communal table, or is it like a bunch of different tables in a lobby? Or
So this place is set up more like a traditional restaurant, like you would expect back in Freeport. You got your own individual table.
okay. Yeah. I feel like we should talk about today. Perhaps try to be a little bit more productive. Although it was nice to have a day off. So, Burberry, did you ever check out the shrine, or?
I made my way past it, but I am afraid I got a little distracted by all of the food and the conversation. I figured it would be better to have a handle on the area before I went
Yeah,
in
that's
and tried to actually
fair.
talk to anyone.
That may be how we have to start things. But, I'm just trying to figure out where to even begin, honestly. It sounds like there's a lot of reservation in people to talk to, or to talk about the forests or the secrets there.
John's not even listening. He's just absorbing his food, literally glowing from yesterday.
John looks fantastic.
He just
Even
looks
his bed head is
amazing.
like on point.
I'd say we go and try to find an elf that needs help.
An elf that
And
needs
then we
help.
assist.
I do feel like the beer garden might be the easiest of these to get into, as like to make connections. You know, just a
Yeah, but-
hunch.
The Shrine of the Way, though, they got some good shit. I want in.
Presumably. Although did I recall vaguely someone mentioning that the shrine was particularly closed off or secretive?
Stay aloof and not vague. But yes, cagey was the word.
Right. I don't feel uncomfortable splitting off into two groups here if we want to try to accomplish two things at once today. Increase our odds. That looks like a thumbs up from Lauren.
I would be amenable to that.
All right. Well, who wants to go to the shrine and who wants to go to the beer garden?
Shrine.
Shrine.
The shrine for me as well.
John just looks up with a little bit of food coming out of his mouth. It's like beer garden.
I can hear it. All right, so me and John for the beer garden and the other three for the shrine.
As you guys are sort of wrapping up your plans and your breakfast, Bolton will make his way over. He is dressed in a bright purple suit, shot through with gold thread. Kind of traces this hexagonal pattern all the way down the breast. Kind of clasps his hands as he approaches your table. So how was everything? You have a good time?
Oh, yes.
It was incredible.
Very.
Certainly sounds like you did. Well, hope you've enjoyed your time at the resort. Do you think you will be wanting to stay another night, perhaps? I would be remiss if I did not ask.
I think I will have to pass, unfortunately.
As will I. You do have a very large variety of amenities, but I am not the type to indulge in them enough, I'm afraid.
I will say this, but
It was fantastic, but we are broke.
I will say this, Botan. The next time we have something to celebrate, we will make our way back here.
I hope to see you then. And listen, if you are looking for money, I might know a couple people.
What do you? What do they want?
Well, he will actually grab a chair and pull himself up a seat to the table, sit down. I've got a friend who is a partial owner of a mine nearby, actually. Last I heard from him, he was in need of some contractors who might be in your line of work. Not super sure on the details, but it is the only mine on the island. Very rich iron mine. Makes a lot of money. I'm sure he'll be willing to pay you handsomely for whatever it is he needs. If you are interested.
I was going to say, what is his name and where can we find him?
Well, his name is Dornan Folshine. He has an office not too far from here. It's about 10 minutes walk into town, and you're going to find this address. He'll actually write it down on a napkin for you.
Mm-hmm.
You take these side streets here, and here. It's sort of tucked away, but it's a pretty big building, one of the biggest ones in that neighborhood. It's hard to miss once you're there. So just ask for Mr. Folshine and tell him that Bolton sent you.
That's what I heard too. I heard foreskin.
Dornan Folshine.
Fall shine.
Full shine. Oh, I got it right.
Hey, I heard foreskin and foreshack.
All shine.
And
All shine.
what was the other job you had?
Well, I actually could use your help if you are looking to hire out your particular services.
What for?
Pest control, to put it simply.
What manner of pest?
Do you have a lot of experience dealing with goblins?
I'm going to look at Barnaby and John.
Yeah, I don't
John
personally.
raises his hand and says, "So."
Not your sort, sir. Little green ones. Very, very nasty, unfriendly.
No. I figured he would have experience.
Oh, my apologies. I did not mean to assume.
I'll water
I've
under
been-
the bridge.
I've been an adventurer for several years, so I've had my fair share of experience.
Yes, if we were talking about metaphorical goblins, I think I and Aloran would fall into that category.
I had one fall asleep in my fish bucket barrel. Although I couldn't really tell if he fell asleep more or more passed out from the fumes. Couldn't really tell.
Well, they have a nasty habit of getting where they shouldn't be.
Yep.
So you are familiar. I have reason to believe there is a troop living nearby. They have been making something of a nuisance of themselves. I was wondering, maybe the five of you could look around, run them off, take care of them more permanently if need be.
Well,
Suppose we could do that.
I'll tell you this much. I think we are going to at least take a look around today, and then perhaps this evening we can give you a more concrete answer.
What would be the pay be for?
Oh, that's a good question.
Or just
Fair wage for a job I do not have a lot of details on beyond this. It would be hard for me to say, not knowing how much is going to be required of you, but ballpark it, say.
You could do per goblin. That way, it depends on how many there are.
How does 250 sound to you?
250 gold?
For the group or for each of us?
250 gold in total.
That sounds reasonable.
I think that's a good amount of pay for a good day's work.
And because Captain Gardner spoke so highly of you, I am willing to set aside an extra 50 just in case of extraordinary trials and tribulations this job might involve. You know, if it is so dire, 250 is not enough. I would be willing to renegotiate.
I have a alternative idea.
Mm.
What about a week in the King's Suite?
A week.
Well, according
Okay.
to my math, you actually would be saving money.
A week in the King Suite. Starts doing some math in his head.
Yeah, that'd be saving a lot of money. That's like half.
Well, it's 200 value.
It's
20 per
Wasn't it-
day, 5 day, or 10 day
it's
week.
10 days. I'm thinking of our weeks. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
20 per day times 10.
200.
Yeah, that's. He kind of sits back and thinks about it. You drive a hard bargain, but I do like where your head's at.
It would also not mean so you wouldn't have to take money out of your pocket, and it would be an exchange of services instead.
And since you're saving so much money,
perhaps more drink tokens and access to the spa for the week as well.
Give me a persuasion check.
I mean, I'm surprised.
27.
Yeah. Drink tokens all around.
You just slow mo Valorant throwing the drink tokens in the air and then
Okay, all right.
slowly-
Instead of this base, we say we get the king suite, spa and bar access, unlimited, and we call that even then.
Unlimited is a dangerous proposition, I think.
I'll be
I
drunk
can
every
trust
day.
you to moderate your sales, can't I? You seem capable.
So what you're saying is unlimited for everybody but Allure.
I leave it to your discretion.
If any of you.
You know what? Before we make any decisions, I do think we should take the day to still do what we're going to do. And we will come back this evening, okay?
All right.
But keep
I'll
that
be
offer on hold because I am very excited by it.
Well, if you can take care of these goblins for me, I am also very excited by it. They have been a nuisance for far too long. So please, hurry back.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna be like,
Possible
Noelle,
job.
thank you.
I
Let's do that one.
I probably
I-
should
I'm
have ran
really-
that one by you guys first, but I saw an opportunity.
I admit I was actually surprised that he did not offer that to start with.
I know, that seems... I feel like that was a slam dunk for him.
Yes, no, that was
Whatever
very
that
well
is.
played, Noelle. Very well played.
I could be drunk every single day. Unlimited amounts.
Well,
Oh my
we can talk about that. But for now, we should...
It's all right. She can only get so drunk before she passes out.
I'm just worried about your spell slots, Burberry.
Oh,
There's so many lesser restorations in a day.
You don't have to do restorations on me. I'll be fine.
Considering how unwilling she was the last time, and I do apologize. I have come to realize that it is rude to force my way of existing onto you. So I apologize. If she wants to continue to do that, I will let her. However, I will say that I will not be offering lesser restoration to get rid of hangovers.
What if
So
we...
if you do have one,
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Okay. She doesn't care. Lauren does not care.
That sounds like a win.
Yeah. Lauren's just like, okay, cool.
I mean, it's fine. It's made for large groups of people, and I have used it on myself on occasion. But that was rude of me. One should never try to change the emotions of one's friends. Unless they're about to kill themselves, which you were not.
I'm just letting loose for a little bit.
Gotta cut it foot loose?
Wrapping up your business here.
Does that
finishing
mean Footloose
breakfast.
is now officially in this world?
It's a phrase.
It's a book.
Sure. You guys
Although a
will,
fine opera of Footloose would be very funny.
probably, since you're not confirming this job, probably turn in the keys for today and head out back to town, making your way back into Gladham. On your way out, could I get some perception checks from the party?
Do believe we can do that?
Actually, can I just assist somebody else?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll take assistance
Take my assistance.
because I rolled terrible. Still not
What a
I got
20,
3, so don't look at me.
Wolf,
24.
24.
14.
14. Anything from John?
21.
41. All right. So the three of you then will make note of the fact as you are leaving that there is somewhat curious scene near the gate. You can see that some of the staff are currently filling in what looks like a hole that was dug at the base of the wall, probably like 5 feet from that gateway. And there's staff working on both sides of this wall as you pass through. You can see, looks like something may have tunneled under it. Dun dun. But they just kind of give you a friendly wave as you walk by and continue their work. Walking into town, Lauren, you will notice that there is, in one of the sort of more city's edge little homesteads in their large yard, you do notice that there's like a chicken coop kind of in the corner of their little plot of land that has been knocked over and sort of collapsed in on itself. And you can see there's a pretty decent scattering of like feathers and a little bit of blood spatter kind of on the fence and the coop's walls and wood in that area. Just kind of catch a glimpse of red in the grass as you're walking.
I will relay that to the group.
Like something attacked the chickens?
Yeah, you don't see any chickens in that yard. Just a broken coop and some blood.
Just out of curiosity, is this at all in line with the hole that was dug? Is they're like on the same block, or is this a ways
This
down?
is probably 10 minutes apart.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is once you get through the jungle and closer to town, you're kind of starting to see houses again, and then they're sort of like...
Also, I was going to ask, the creatures we
Little edge of
saw
town.
when we were heading north out of Theron's hold, did those burrow?
The big bugs?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had big, like, anthill.
Was there any similarities to the burrow, to what we just saw?
No, this was a lot smaller. Those were like big, like 12, 15 foot tall mounds, like huge piles of dirt. Kind of like mini volcanoes almost.
Yeah.
This just looked like a dog had like dug under the wall almost. Like it had that kind of like small scale vibe to it, just dirt kicked up and just a mess in the yard. And just walking by it looked like a tunnel just based off the two sort of holes on either side of the wall that they were filling in.
Okay.
Much more low key.
I'll say I bet those are the goblins.
That is possible.
Is our goblin? Wait, have we met goblins? Have we met
I
goblins
don't
yet?
think we've met any
remember.
goblins.
In this campaign, you have not.
Okay.
Historically, maybe. Would you
Our
like to roll a
goblins-
history check?
Yeah, I was like, are goblins common?
Yeah, do we know?
I'm sure John has fought goblins at least.
Give me a
once.
history check, Goblin. And I'll
Can
say
I-
with your background, you can have advantage.
Can I do a history check since I've been doing stuff with the Green Mornings?
Yeah.
I have 0 history, I think, but I got a 16.
16. Okay.
I have 4 in history, and I have an 18.
I got a 12.
Whoop.
I got a 17.
17. So funnily enough, Barnaby, you have strangely limited experience with goblins. You've heard stories about them. And you're pretty confident that they lived in the woods near your house, but you never actually saw one. And you sort of counted yourself lucky in that, just because from what you heard, they were shitheads. And as you guys are sort of talking amongst yourselves, you kind of all come to the conclusion, yeah, no, that's what I've always heard about goblins. They're assholes. For the most part, your experience with goblins, limited though it is largely to hearsay, tells you pretty much these guys they're people. They're clearly people, but they are so stubborn, set in their ways, and just like violent, territorial, selfish, rude. Like by and large, goblins are just not good neighbors, almost ever. Like, none of you has ever met a nice goblin. None of you has ever met a family of goblins that has been like, you know, a welcome member of the community. You've only ever heard stories of people who like meet, a group of them on the road, and either best case scenario, you know, cuss each other out as you kind of shake weapons. Worst case scenario, a fight breaks out and somebody loses a horse and a bunch of people get stabbed. Like, they're just awful. And generally when they arrive, people want them driven the fuck out. I will say, for John and Aloran specifically, John, you've definitely heard of jobs people have done dealing with goblin problems, like incursions on like the vineyards around Humfirth. Goblins stealing grapes and wine has always been a problem. It's something to keep an eye out for. And Aloran, you know that the wardens have a pretty set goblin policy. That's sort of one of the basic things they kind of cover with new warden trainees. Generally, don't engage goblins alone. Fall back, bring a group with you. Try to negotiate if you can. Be ready to defend yourself. You know, it's not something anyone looks forward to. It's thankless, often bloody work. So you kind of just have to be careful. I mean, more often than not, that's what it comes down to. So, that is your collective experience with goblins. Lots of unpleasant stories. Thankfully, very minimal direct interaction.
We'll definitely mull all this over the day to come to a decision about the whole job that Botan wants us to do. I'd say whoever, if you hit a wall or if you get done very early, perhaps whatever group is done early should just go check out this Donan Folshine. Just talk to him, see what his job is all about as well. That's my proposal. I guess we're just kind of standing in the town.
Yeah.
Y'all are walking to the summer square still.
Okay.
Sure.
So that's what I say, and if we're sticking with the same groups, I guess me and John are breaking off, and the rest of you are going to the shrine.
Okay. Yeah. Making your way back towards that large, busy market square, your party will kind of split in two. Three of you heading towards the thick white column of smoke issuing out of that very densely wooded little public garden, the Shrine of the Way, while the other two are making their way towards the Copes, the brewery beer garden. So let's say even or odds. Who's going first? Somebody call. Odds.
Evens.
Okay. Aloran's group is going first.
Damn.
That was a 15. So, Aloran, Barnaby, and Burberry, you guys make your way across the market square, kind of moving through the crowd of people winding between the stalls and carts.
Before we do that, just so for clarity's sake, is Noelle the only one that speaks Elvish in this party?
Great question.
I think so.
I think Aloran does.
Do I?
I vaguely remember that, but I might be misremembering.
No.
It'd be on your first page in proficiencies.
I have Common, Draconic, Primordial, and Druid.
There is one person who speaks Elvish in the party.
I like, as I said, like at this point, I've learned broken Elvish.
That's true. Burberry
So I
can
get my point
communicate.
across. I was just making sure that there was no one else who's fluent.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
I'll hand Burberry a cheat sheet index card before we part with. It's like, here's, I have to go to the bathroom.
Possibly a bookstore with a dictionary.
Are you looking for a bookstore?
Yeah, if there's one on the way, I don't want to.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Does anybody want to help?
I'll help you look for a book.
Well, that was a 10.
Well, as I've said, not a lot of retail signage here on Gladham. Not a lot in the way of storefronts. Lots and lots of stalls, and kind of winding your way through this crowd, you're really having a hard time kind of keying in on maybe exactly which stall is selling what. There's so much on display. I mean, there's produce and tools and clothing and just all kinds of stuff. You see like a book here and there, but you don't see any booksellers offhand.
It was worth a look. I think you'll be fine, Burberry.
I will do my best. Best of luck at the beer garden.
I will do my best.
Noelle and John just sit and drink for fucking 2 hours. You think they're done yet?
We got the easy job.
Yeah. So, approaching the Shrine of the Way. The shrine is a very large, like I said, public garden. It's basically almost a small park. And it's more or less directly in the center of the summer square. It's kind of the centerpiece of this whole situation. And, you know, the entire area is just this beautiful, exotic garden of bright, colorful flowers, towering trees with these, you know, winding branches twisting overhead. And as you sort of approach, you can see the crowd around here. It's a lot thinner than it is in the rest of the market square. It's a lot more leisurely feeling almost as you kind of approach. People in this space seem to be sort of slowing down and sort of catching their breath. There's benches and stuff set up around that some folk have kind of taken a seat on. And as you kind of walk through this park, making your way towards the center, you can see up ahead there is this sort of open space, paved stone, sort of a small plaza. On either side of it, there's these, you know, long, shallow, reflecting pools. At one end of the plaza, there is this very tall, carved stone. It's probably like 20 feet tall. It's like a monolith. This gigantic rock that's kind of jutting up out of the ground, and kind of cut into it, there are these super stylized images of trees that sort of twist around themselves, and they kind of spiral inwards into the center of this rock. And in the center of all of them, you can see this sort of pathway that kind of like leads up into the center, kind of arcing up, almost like a bridge, and sort of cut like almost like at the far end of the bridge. There's this sort of very shallow, vague impression of like a face. Like it's almost featureless. It's just like, it's like eyes, like the very tips of like little pointed elvish ears, just like barely visible, kind of coming out of the rock in relief. And it's almost like this bridge is kind of like arcing into the mouth of this face. It's all surrounded by these kind of like circling branches. At the base of this stone, there is this sort of ring of smoothed, polished sort of stone platforms that look to be very clearly to your eyes, Burberry, sort of offering altars. And there's all kinds of stuff strewn on these. There's flowers, there's bolts of cloth, there's coins. There's just a wide variety of just goods that have just been kind of like set here at the base of this enormous stone. In front of the stone, there is a large stone basin, probably like 2 feet across. And inside the basin are these smoldering piles of leafy green plant that has just been piled in there. It's just like it's been, stalks have been cut off of whatever it is and thrown in and just lit up. Just very gently burning. Not really any like open flames. You just see kind of like the lights of embers in there, and this thick column of white smoke coming off of it that is just kind of rising into the air around you. And it has got a very, very, very pungent, heavy smell.
I'm gonna breathe in the smoke.
I'm super happy that I have a plague doctor mask.
Yeah, Aloran, you get close and take a deep breath, and it is overpowering. Like, it is so much.
Is it not the dank I was smoking?
It is 100% danker than what you were smoking at the resort.
Perfect.
This shit is like, this is primo. Whatever they had at the resort, like, it was good, but this is 100%, 100%
Yeah,
better.
I'll take a big ol'.
Farmer's got his nose pinched.
In front of this basin, kind of stretching across the plaza, are these very low sort of stone pews almost. They're not even really like seats. They're more just kind of like strips of stone kind of across the ground, like extra little platforms. And you can see that they've been worn thin, like indentations have kind of been worn into them where people have sort of kneeled on them repeatedly, day after day after day after day for years. And kneeling on them in, just kind of a scattering are numerous elves. All of them just kind of like hands folded in their laps, heads bowed, eyes closed. Clearly either meditating or trancing or otherwise stoned out of their minds. Maybe it's not so clear. It's actually probably kind of hard to say. You're starting to feel a little swimmy yourself as you're kind of watching this. And you kind of listen, and a handful of them are sort of murmuring under their breath as they kneel there. And there's a handful of onlookers kind of watching this from the periphery, just kind of talking quietly, but also sort of taking in the spectacle, I guess, of the sort of open air worship.
Can I try to see what they're saying?
Yeah, give me a perception check. How much?
25.
25? Okay. You can definitely hear some Elvish words. It's definitely Elvish.
Great. Okay, never mind. Continue.
I would like to put 2 gold on the altar, and basically take a moment to do what they're doing in common. This is their altar. One should act accordingly.
Okay, yeah, sure. You want to take a spot on one of these sort of kneeling pews and offer up a prayer?
Yeah.
Sure. So you set down your gold, take a seat, kind of bow your head, and just kind of feel yourself beginning to kind of swim a little bit in this very, very pungent
I
space.
do try to get slightly further away from the
It's
thing, so-
it's still like you could still smell it.
Oh no,
like,
no, I
it's
know.
everywhere.
I get around
Yeah.
good, but like just
Yeah.
maybe
You're
like
you're
a
not, you're
couple
not getting a Lauren's face full of it for sure. Like it's not gonna be an immediate buzz, but there's definitely like the sensation of lightheadedness is kind of just around the periphery there. And you kind of bow your head and just start to kind of offer up a small prayer. And as you're finishing up, one of the elves next to you kind of cracks an eye open and glances over at you and says, Beit Ma, thank you.
I will say you're welcome in Elvish.
He kind of smiles back and raises his eyebrows. He's like, "That's very good."
Thank you. My words are small.
He speaks a little bit more common than you're used to so far, but it's still very intermingled with Elvish.
Oh no, that was me trying to say Elvish.
That was in Elvish. I know. He's kind of queuing off of that. He's like, let me try and bridge this as best I can too. So he's sort of speaking this blended Elvish common. It's very rough, but you're able to pick out.
That's okay.
More,
I also
yeah.
speak blended Elvish common.
How long have you been in Feral, brother?
2 days. This is day 2.
Welcome to Gladden. What brings you out here?
To pay respects, whatever. Yeah. And visit the forest.
Forest. It is a beautiful place. I would not begrudge you that visit. But you be careful out there, yes?
Extremely. I know what can happen when things go badly.
Very wild between here and Boanon. There is a path. As long as you stick to it, you should be safe.
I think Burberry pauses like he's trying to find the right words.
Sure.
Thank you for your caring. We will stick to the path. Do you have any advice for someone new?
Have you seen the beaches yet?
I have.
They are beautiful. Are they not?
Yeah. Is this rest of this conversation going to be about the city in general?
Yeah, he definitely kind of keeps it pretty surface level. Just kind of polite small talk.
I will engage in polite small talk, and I'm not going to try and push it too hard because I know that usually if you try and hit KG with a battering ram, it just gets stronger.
Sure.
Is there something I can roll to like gently lead in that direction, or is he just going to shut me down every time?
You could just general persuasion check. Just want to slowly kind of steer the conversation. What was it? Oh, you're cutting out so bad.
Inspo!
Inspiration? Okay.
That's a little better. I rolled a 3 first.
Ooh.
Yeah. So that's a 9.
9?
I don't have anything in persuasion.
Yeah. Unfortunately, maybe your hints are either your hinting is either too obvious or like you're not actually being obvious enough because he seems perfectly content to just chit chat. Like, doesn't get too deep into it. You know, he's perfectly conversational. Like, he's asking you how your day's been. You know, and asks you about how the food has been so far. If you found anything.
Oh, I
like
start
to eat.
listing off all of my favorite home restaurants.
And he's you can tell he's like that's so good. I'm glad to hear it. You know, like real chill. But yeah, not a lot beyond that comes out of this conversation.
A friend of me, a friend of me, yesterday
Close.
said that he lives in, and I want to take the, I don't remember the exact words that Bala, sorry,
Bala.
Boranorn.
Yes.
Pointed towards. I think he was talking about the
town Boranorn.
Oh,
Yes.
like, he just like, oh.
On the other side of the island.
Oh, what way would you recommend to get there safest? Also follow the same road?
Well, safest is probably the coast, but the path through the woods is fastest and still fairly safe.
Thank you. I
Just
am
stick
sorry.
to the path.
Always. I am not as well knowing of this particular god.
It is not a god.
Oh.
It is simply the way.
Do you think you could?
He knows their way.
Do you think you could share me the teachings of the way? Basically, he wants to pick his brain on the way.
It is a difficult thing to explain if you have not grown up with it, but I might be able to try.
If you have time, I would not want to stop your faith, worship. Thing. Like, or he's saying he doesn't want to interrupt his meditation.
Sure. I'll say, give me a persuasion check.
God damn me, being so fucking polite. Rolled 7.
Not pushy enough. This
Nice.
elf will just say, I could answer a few questions, but in time I should return my attention.
Of course. So, basically he's gonna try and get the, so he knows it's the way, is it a specific, it's not a, he said it's not a god, so is it like a
So when
fate?
when he says it, it's always in Elvish, but it, from what you picked up so far, like you recognize the word is functionally just the way. Unfortunately, over the course of this conversation, there's not a lot of really useful information to come out of it. It's very poetic sounding, you know. There's
Suddenly find myself wishing that Noel were here.
it is the way of the sapling as it grows into a tree, the way of the wind as it swells into a storm, the way of the rain as it flows to the ocean. It is the way of all things.
The motion of life.
In a sense, yes. Very vague.
That's okay.
Very non-specific. Next to no proper nouns.
You know what? That's okay, because it's still fascinating.
Yeah.
Because I did not know Dewey. I still don't really know Dewey. But I am learning of Dewey. We go of the woods.
I'm sure
there's
this
no
is
fucking path.
really
I can't just
exciting
walk
for
in a
Lauren and
direction.
Barnaby.
Yeah. How are they doing? What are you guys up to? Lauren's just like standing
He's
next
just
to
got
the.
his,
I'm
just
standing
got his
as
nose pinched.
I'm standing as close to that
He's
big
just listening, trying to keep his nose pinched, not inhale too much.
pillowy cloud as possible.
You're as close to it as possible.
Yeah, as close to it as possible, where people aren't staring at me like I'm a fiend. For this.
I'll say give me a stealth check.
Oh god. Damn
Does
it. I think
does-
it's a 5.
does the wave strike me as chaotic neutral? Or just true neutral?
It's hard to get a real good read, honestly. He's it probably sounds more neutral than anything.
I figure it's not evil, because that's a weird thing to be.
Yeah, nah, I mean the
God, the motion of the ring!
a lot of these metaphors that he kind of brings up are very nature centric. He doesn't really seem to personify much of any of it. It's all very much just a natural world oriented, introspective way of thinking and seeing the world. It comes off as very elvish, as you have been told repeatedly.
Yes. Whenever I feel like my presence is wearing thin, I will thank him for his time. And I will politely continue to sit in silent prayer, what have you, for like the next 3 to 5 minutes, and then I will get up and go.
Sure.
I don't want him to feel used.
As you leave, he will say one last time, stick to the path.
And may it guide your journey.
Beetma. He'll nod and return to his...
I'm guessing that's like goodbye?
From what Noelle has been able to share with you of Elvish, and from what you've been picking up, they use that phrase primarily to say both yes and goodbye. Literally means blessed word.
I at least didn't mean get the fuck.
Fuck off. Yeah, so Lauren, the stealth check. How'd that go? You're not being very subtle about this.
No, not at all.
So like you get close to it and you take that big first whiff and you're like, oh hell yeah. And you look over and the entire front row is all staring at you. Like they haven't moved, but their eyes are all open and they're just focused on you, totally expressionless.
I'm gonna be like, hi, 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 ha, ha, and then I'll start laughing awkwardly.
I see. They all just respond in kind. Still no change in expression. They still don't stop staring.
Though, in offering of them the free hi, I will go and put one of the little light crystals that I got from the mansion all that time ago, and I'll put it on one of the altars.
One of them will nod to you and say, Manam.
I'll just kind of like bow my head because I have no idea what they're saying. Uh-huh. Yes. Or maybe I'll try to repeat what they said. I'll do that.
He'll just kind of nod and kind of reset himself back in his seat, but he like cracks an eye after a couple seconds. He's just still standing there. Closes it.
Am I imposing?
Like a minute later, he'll just barely crack it just to peek. Still there. Okay. He'll close it again.
Should I?
He's just kind of just tracking, just keeping an eye on you.
Am I doing something wrong?
Nobody's saying anything. You're just standing there now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just keep standing.
You didn't get kicked out yet.
Yes. We managed to get kicked out of the outdoors. Highly impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kicked in.
I'll say, with your 17 passive perception, Aloran, you'll probably notice, like, in the second row back, one of the elves will kind of lean over and whisper something, and his friend will chuckle. And then they'll just go back to their seats.
Okay, and then I'll be like, Barnaby, I think they're laughing at me because I got high off the smoke.
Shouldn't have breathed out all that smoke.
But it's
Breathe, I
so
guess.
it's so good and it's free. It's just going up into the wind, man. Gotta I don't know, never mind.
You wouldn't understand, old man.
Yeah. I just don't get it, Barnaby.
Sure, I don't, and I plan not to.
Don't get what?
He does not know their way.
You will never know the way.
He does not know their way.
Good. I'm okay with this.
Barnaby or Burberry finishes up and like moves to stand in front of you. Like, I believe I have what I can, though it is limited.
All of them speak Elvish. I can't speak.
I don't speak a lot of it either. Basically, I've learned everything that I know yesterday, which is not much. I mean, I can get through a conversation of politeness.
Maybe we could go to the people that are watching the ceremony happen, and maybe they'll be more willing to speak with us.
Possibly. Although I would be.
Did I embarrass you by smoking, by breathing in the fumes of that fire?
No, not at all. I was just thinking that I would find it very strange if someone went and prayed at an altar and then came and asked me what I was doing and what's up with what I was praying about.
Okay, here, I'll go.
I kind of stand out a little bit, you know.
That's okay. I'll go ask. I'm gonna go approach some elves
Okay.
that were watching and be like, "Hello."
Malan.
That means hello.
Do you speak common, Virtue?
Small common.
Okay.
Yes?
I feel like someone here's got to speak common.
Yeah. I'd be like, do you know someone that does speak common?
Start looking around. Maybe he'll kind of stand up from his seat and kind of start walking around.
If he says that guy and points at Burberry, I'm gonna laugh.
The guy Burberry was talking to?
No, at Burberry, like proper.
Oh, Burberry.
He's like, that guy probably
Yeah.
does.
They speak common.
Maybe those two that aren't elves.
He'll actually walk over not too far from where you were originally standing, Lauren. And Edla.
Is it
Edla.
the guy that was side-eyeing me?
And he's actually going to kind of step into sort of off the path and into like the shrubbery and trees, and you'll actually see like not actually all that far from where you had been kind of taking your contact high. There was another elf that had just been kind of like posted up in the bushes, just kind of leaning against one of the palm trees, just kind of watching that whole thing.
Oh.
He's still staring directly at you. He's got this big smile on his face, and this elf that you initially approached walks up to him, and you hear him talking, and this Adlar, you gather his name is, he's kind of nodding and like chuckling and like looking over at you over his friend's shoulder
And I'll
and
just wave.
kind of shaking his head. And eventually he follows him back over. Silvanor says you're looking for someone who speaks a little more common.
Yes, I'm not trying to be rude and Yeah. Have I been rude? Please tell me I haven't.
You've been new, don't worry.
I haven't been rude, or I have
You have been new.
new? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
So, maybe we get a little distance first. You seem a little preoccupied.
Okay, her face gets a little brighter. Yeah, possibly. Okay.
So, I am Adla.
I'm a Lauren. It's nice to meet you.
Who is your friend, the brother?
Though, could you say that again?
The priest.
Oh, that is Burberry. He is a very close friend.
Brother Burberry. Good to meet you.
Uh,
And
oh, am I there? I thought I didn't.
I don't
didn't...
think.
I thought you guys had reconnected and now y'all were talking to this group on the bench.
No, because Burberry was staying away, so it didn't seem like he was
Oh,
going for
fair
answers.
enough. All right. Who is your tall red friend?
Surprisingly enough, similar names. Barnaby.
Name's Barbie.
For some reason, that feels so familiar. Anyways, let's take a walk. And he'll start to kind of walk away from this square. So, while you are starting this conversation with Adlar, let's jump over to the other two.
Half a second. I'm gonna tell Lauren where I am, and I'm gonna go have lunch.
With John and Noel.
No,
Or
with
just somewhere.
Just on their own.
yeah, at one of the neighborhood whatever's.
Okay, yeah, sure. So, John, Noel, you head over to the Copes. There's this big, bustling beer garden. What are you doing?
All right, John. I think we should set some goals for ourselves before we go in there. Where do you think we should start?
Ordering a beer.
Okay, that's a good start. What are we trying to get out of this experience, you think?
I'm still a little confused on why exactly we're going here. I assume it's to meet someone that can get us the answers we're looking for, but I still don't know who that is.
Right. That's the thing. We're starting from such a low base, it's hard to know. I think our goal should maybe be to befriend someone who has contacts that might lead us in the right direction. Someone has to know something about these forests.
So we're looking for a regular.
We're either looking for a regular or we're looking for someone high up in this establishment.
I feel like a regular would be able to point us at least to the person we need if it's not them.
That's a good point. All right, let's go get some drinks and then start looking around.
Okay. So, heading through the outdoor eating area, past all of the fire pits and people setting up their little corners for cooking. Inside, you got long tables, lots of people sitting with drinks, talking and laughing together. Even at this relatively early hour of like 10 a.m., still packed. Lots of people on their day off, day drinking. At the bar, there is a wide array of bottles along that back wall. The bar kind of just stretches along the entirety of this back wall. It's probably like a good 50-foot stretch, and there's multiple tenders kind of handling every 10 feet or so of bar along this area. Lots of steins on display. Kind of head up to one of the bartenders, and she looks at you and says, newcomers, welcome. What can I get for you?
Thank you.
Well-
Do you have mead?
We do have mead. Would you like some?
I would take one of those.
Certainly. Yeah. one of the house specialties. And she'll
Yeah.
pour you out of a small wooden keg a full glass that goes almost instantly frosty along the outside as the mead hits it.
Very nice.
Thick amber gold, fairly dark mead that she sets down in front of you.
Cool. I'll sit down
And
at
for
the
you.
bar, yeah.
She looks at
Do
you,
you have
John.
any honeyed meat?
It is all honeyed. It is meat, but if you would like more honey, I could mix one up for you.
Wasn't told all meat was honeyed. Did not know that.
It is a honey wine.
Yeah, I'll take some meat then.
More of the same?
Yep.
All right. She'll pour you from the same cask. 2 tall frosty glasses of dark mead. Strong. It's very strong.
What is your name?
You can call me Riley.
Riley.
Before I make any rolls or anything, or I guess before I get into conversation with her, could I just like glance around the room real quick, see if there's anyone here that's like blatantly irregular, like someone who has a table to themselves and like 4 glasses and it's fucking 10 in the morning and all that kind of telltale signs of someone who's gonna be here every day.
Go ahead and give me a perception check, sure.
Perception. I always forget. 18.
18. There's a lot of that around here. This, looking around, the more you kind of take in the vibe here, the more this starts to feel like sort of the central sort of hangout almost in the summer square. There's almost nobody here alone. Everyone's here in a group. And there's a wide variety of groups. You've got, younger elves. They're a lot more boisterous, a lot more outgoing, joking and laughing together. You have, groups of more mature, adult-looking elves. Just the very faintest lines in their faces. Much quieter, more reserved, but they're definitely, close friends, either deep in conversation or just happily sharing food and drink together. There's one old couple sitting at the far end of the bar that are just sort of staring at each other with drinks in their hands dreamily. It's like their first date all over again.
Okay.
Very sweet.
Sorry, what did this lady say her name was? I forgot to write it down. I only heard it once.
Riley.
Riley.
Riley, I have a favor to ask you.
What would that be?
Me and my friend here are... we just came into Faerû yesterday evening.
I can tell.
Yes, and we were told there was someone, a regular here, who knew everything about this town and could tell us all of the fun tidbits and secrets. And I cannot for the life of me remember their name. But do you know anyone described as like a man who comes in here regularly? We could definitely find him here.
Give me a deception check.
Can I assist at all? Or...
So what'd you get?
If John can't assist, that's a 19.
Oh, I mean, if you want to assist, what are you going to do? What's your play?
Stare open mouth widely at them. As if I am very engrossed in the answer.
I don't know if I'd call that an assist. I appreciate the idea, but I would need a little bit more. So 19?
The minimum.
19 minimum. Gotcha. Fucking nuts. Yeah. With a 19, I think Riley, she kind of laughs to herself and says, "Who would tell you such a thing and not give you their name?
No, they did,
Oh,
but
but you forgot. Oh, it's a little funny. You have to admit.
they were like, I think they said they were a little older.
Oh, I mean, they may have been talking about their friends. Eh, this is our home. I mean, you could ask anyone here.
Well,
I might be able to help you. I mean, are you looking for something specific? And she'll just kind of lean forward.
we are looking for someone who. We have a special interest in the forests here.
Oh. Well, I mean, the forests of Ferla are a beautiful treasure. What is it that you are looking for exactly?
We're trying to find. We're trying to find information about them. Everyone here has been so quiet and secretive about it.
Well, I mean, you have to forgive us. This is our home, you know. There's a certain protectiveness. You could
Honestly,
say.
we're just worried we don't want to break a taboo or bring up a subject we're not supposed to without knowing.
Well, that's very gracious of you. People are understanding, though. You're new to the island. You're visiting. The forest is a beautiful place. Are you wanting perhaps to get a tour? Someone to
Is
show
that
you
a thing?
around.
A tour of the forest?
I mean, there are folks who know the woods better than others. They are familiar with game trails. Some of the more beautiful sights out there. Maybe that is something you were looking for.
Are there people who go hunting in the forest?
There are some, yes. There are animals out there that are pests, you might say, that need to be kept in check. There is plenty of game out there, as long as they are not overhunted, and we are careful here to take care of our woodlands. They're very important.
John kind of whispers to Noel, should we just ask outright?
Go for it.
Have you ever heard of anybody entering the woods only to end up in a different location, not on the island?
There are old stories about that sort of thing, yes.
How old?
Well, for as long as our people have been on the island, at least. Before that, I couldn't tell you that we were not here. But they say you used to be able to walk across the sea through the woods to reach the shore from here.
Just stories, though?
Well,
It's never happened in your time here?
I don't know anyone who's left the island like that myself.
What about someone who just mysteriously disappears? Does that happen here?
I mean, people sometimes like to get out for a few days, sometimes longer.
So no one has ever gone missing after wandering into the forest.
Missing for good? I would not say that, no.
Let me insight check this lady. It sounds like she's holding a lot back.
Well, years ago, there's this one random guy named Barnaby.
What?
Damn it. I haven't used my inspiration for this. We need a fucking lead, goddammit.
All kinds of inspiration today.
We need a lead. It's terrible. Inspiration's useless. I rolled a 4 and a 5.
God dang.
That's a 10 total.
Doofy.
Barnaby's backstory will forever remain a mystery.
John's
There's
just
nothing
gonna
here,
go-
Barnaby. There's nothing to find. Let's go.
John's
John's just
get a
gonna
mud bath.
John's just gonna go for it. He's gonna lean forward. He's gonna be like, we have a friend who entered a forest on a different continent and wound up on the Emerald Coast, missing 5 years. As far as we're aware, the only myths that match up with that are entering the Feywild.
We heard rumors that there was fey forests on your island.
That is often said of our forest. Yes, they are blessed in that way, you could say.
And we are just trying to help our friend to learn more about what happened to them.
Well,
If there's anyone on this island who knows something about these forests, who could give us information, who could at least point us towards someone who knows something,
give me a persuasion check. And I'll say, with John's help, that was a good lead-in. I'll give that one advantage.
That's a pretty good roll. 26.
26? Yeah. You see her go from being sort of cordial but distant, cagey, as Botan has put it. Definitely pick that up. The mood shifts, and her brow furrows, and you can see like a genuine kind of concern spread across her face as you tell her this. And she'll lean a little bit closer to you guys after a moment of thought and say, listen, you are outsiders to the island, so I want you to know that this is not not a easy matter to discuss outside of our kind.
it has been our experience.
If what has happened to your friend is, as you say, it is tragic. It is like something out of a fairy tale, and not one of the good ones.
Exactly.
You see her look out of the tavern, and
Can I follow her eye line a little bit?
her gaze kind of passes over to the Shrine of the Way out in the middle of the plaza. And kind of lingers there. The forests here are very old, and our people are beholden to them. We have much to thank them for. They've fed us and protected us for centuries. I do not know the ways of the forests like my elders do. I have a lot of living left to do. And I fear that even were you to settle down here and live as we did, you may not live long enough to learn them yourselves. But if this has happened to your friend, this is very serious, isn't it?
We are not trying to spend our lives and dedicate them to the forest, and we're not trying to disrespect anyone or anything here that you have built up. We just want to help our friend, and we want to find a lead. Someone who just could answer some questions would be maybe all we need.
I could tell you stories of the forest, but to tell you honestly of the ways, it would require an elder who has walked the ways.
Is there any way to speak to one of those elders?
If you are a citizen of the islands, it is not difficult to get audience, but for outsiders, you need some support. Suppose I have a friend who needs your help. Just as you have a friend who needs our help. If you were to help my friends, it would go a long way to persuading our elders to helping yours. Would this be acceptable to you?
Of course.
I feel like we would maybe need something a little more tangible, just not financial, but just something. What would we actually be getting from this? Just a nod.
An audience with an
Oh,
elder.
you can actually set that up.
They could.
Then yes, we're definitely interested.
Okay. Well, tell you what then. I will reach out to them when I see them again, and track you down. Where are you staying at the wetwork? Most
We
visitors to the island
haven't
do.
figured out our living arrangements quite yet.
We're maybe saying, what's the name of the resort?
The North Shore Gardens, possibly, but I don't think we'd even stay there tonight if.
At the gardens.
Well, it depends, and this is something I was going to ask as well. He's asked us to take care of some goblins that have been causing problems.
Mm,
And I guess I always want to make sure that I'm not. Do you guys have any laws or anything against us taking on that kind of job? Take care of the goblins, anything like that?
no laws. It is not the sort of problem we usually worry about like that. Goblins don't live very long. They move on quickly when they get bored. We usually wait them out, but you could take care of this if you so choose.
Well, we're
It's not a
still
problem.
debating it a bit, but is there a way maybe we could just come back here tomorrow and get more information?
Of course, whenever you know where you're staying, you come let me know, and if I have not talked to my friend yet, I can leave a message there. If I don't see you before then.
Do we get any hints about what exactly your friend needs help with?
Well, it is not a large problem, but it is missing an heirloom gone missing, stolen. It is not turned up in some time. Normally, this would be something, in time it would, but it has been nearly a month now and still no sign of it, and is starting to worry. So maybe you help track this thing down for her, and she takes this favor kindly. She talks to one of the elders, and then maybe gets you a conversation with him.
It's a start.
I think she would appreciate it.
We'll run this by our associates, and we very much thank you for actually being open about this. We have only hit walls since we got here.
I understand. It is not the easiest place to break into.
Yes. Well, any other questions for Riley, John? I think we could maybe move on.
I think we should go meet up with the others.
Actually, this took so little time. We might be able to go talk to Donan. Thank you again, Riley. We will try to be back tomorrow or maybe the next day. I'm not sure yet.
Well, I will hopefully have an answer for you then.
Okay. I'll finish my drink. And if we're good, then we'll head out.
Alrighty. So, you guys are heading out. Do you want to head to the party, or do you want to head to this Dornan?
It depends how long that took in-game.
That would not have been super long compared to, I think, Burberry took some time to, meditate and pray and have that conversation. And then after that, Aloran was sort of having her...
Aloran is still in a conversation, technically.
Yeah, she is mid-conversation still. So they're still sort of preoccupied at the shrine.
I will say we probably should... Sorry, we should probably retroactively just say that we'll all meet up in the town square when we're done with our respective tasks. So if we walk out there and we don't see them, we'd probably go over to the Iron Mine offices.
So head over towards Dornan. Okay. All right. Yeah. So not seeing them, you probably make your way over towards that side of town, that address. So cutting back to Aloran and Adlar. So you have made quite a spectacle of yourself here. Yes, you took the deepest breath as soon as you walked up.
I'm sorry. I wasn't.
You're not the first to do it, honestly.
Oh, thank God.
It happens a lot. It's very funny.
It just smells so good. It was way better than what I had yesterday.
You're not wrong. You're staying down at the waterfront. Yes, they don't have what we have.
No, they really don't. It's honestly a shame.
Yeah, you know how it is here in Gladham. They have 12 and stuff. So, what is it you are actually doing here? If you don't mind me prying a little deeper here.
You're trying to help a friend.
Mm-hmm.
And is Barnaby with me?
Presumably.
Wouldn't be.
You are?
Don't see why I wouldn't be, eh?
Oh, okay. Sorry. And then I'll kind of give a little look towards Barnaby when I say that.
Mr. Barnaby. So this is your predicament then?
Yeah. Can't exactly say how I got that way, but I got that way.
Well, what seems to be the problem, and how is it that we people of Feral can help you? Do you think?
I'd be a bit of a tall order, so I'll try to summarize the best I can. long ago when I was born by my mom. No, I'm just gonna quickly summarize. Was looking for the monster that done killed my paw. Was traveling through the woods. Thought I was on the right trail, and then got spat out by the fort, by the coast. Set up a shop, well, a little shack. Started making food, making a living, and met up with these group here. Consider my family now, and well, long story short, I found out that it wasn't just a week or two walk. It was 5 years. I can't exactly say how that happened. Some folks think I got spat out into the Feywilds.
That certainly sounds like one of our old fairy stories. I suppose that makes sense why you would make your way out here. Well, I am sorry to say, my friend, but you may be looking for a while. Talk of the Fae is not an easy thing to accomplish here for outsiders.
If we were to accomplish it,
What I've gathered,
best.
I figure once I get some ingredients, I'll make some good old Cajun. I heard that'll make them less cagey, so I think that'll help loosen their tongues. I sure will.
He's a clever one. Well, I suppose that is one way to go about it. You are certainly welcome to try. It is not difficult to cook out here. You could find a spot easily. And from the look of you, I think you probably know your way around a kitchen.
A little bit. But it sounds like you're trying to mention some other kind of idea just off the top of my head where what I'm gathering.
I might have something a little faster. Maybe.
What y'all thinking?
I suppose that depends, honestly, on you.
How so?
All right.
Well, you need something. And
You need something?
I might.
I can share you my ma's biscuits and gravy recipe. She's the only one who's got that.
I'm sure it's delicious, but my problem is a little bit more dwarf-shaped.
Dwarf?
Worshipped?
The small hairy men, you know, with the
Okay,
beards.
dwarfs. Yeah, dwarfs. Okay.
There's a fellow down at the docks. Dwarf-shaped. The fellow owes me money. You actually look like a pretty strong fella. And I see you're armed as well.
I can turn into a bear. That would help, right?
That could make this a lot easier for you then.
How much does he owe you and what's his name?
His name is Janik. It's not a lot of money, 25 gold pieces. He would take a few silver. I'm not super fussed about the exact amount. But he cheaped out on a bet and has not paid up. And I am looking to collect. And I see here an opportunity to make that happen. So maybe you help me out with this. I introduce you to some of my friends. Maybe you learn a thing or two you're looking for.
Insight on this guy.
What if I were to just speed up the process and hand you 25 gold right now?
It's not about the money, I say. It's about the principle. Janik needs to understand you do not lie and cheat. You glad him. not okay.
Can I roll insight on this guy?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know.
What'd you roll?
Plus like a 1 probably. Oh wait, no, I have a +5. It's a 9.
9. He's definitely the shrewdest guy you've talked to so far. But he's also probably the most straightforward,
Okay.
which maybe that's refreshing. I don't know.
I kind of appreciate that, I think. A little bit. So you just want us to like shake down this guy for some...
Sounds like we just need to convince him not to try and deceive our friend here anymore. Get him out of that habit, if I'm understanding correctly.
It's important that he be made to understand the error of his ways.
Maybe he wants us to shake him down.
Well, he already said the gold don't matter. He just needs to be taught a lesson.
Exactly. That's the.
I think you're starting to catch on.
Yeah,
That's
no,
good.
I got this. I'm just
That's good. That's
to lay
good.
down the groundwork here.
Good. Yes. Well,
She's excited.
since we're on the same page, then I hope to hear good things in the near future. You come find me around here when you're finished, and I take you to some of my friends.
I'll think on it for a little minute. But before I do, what was your name again, sir?
Adler Nuror.
So I feel like you're pretty comfortable with this area. Would you mind telling us more about the way? If that's okay?
If I knew more, I don't know that I would share it just yet.
So that means you do know more. Got it.
If I knew more.
Understood.
If I knew more. The
So I'm
truth
gonna
is,
go to
I
Barnaby
am.
like, that means he knows more.
The truth is, I am almost as curious as you are, I think. But I do not like waiting.
So we got another. Okay, out of character. We got like another Willem guy right here. It's like the...
We should just kill him preemptively, probably.
Yeah, we're just gonna put him down right now.
Does he have an imp?
He has.
I look for a
he has
raven in the trees.
He does have like a bow and a quiver on his back.
Yeah, we gotta kill this
It's just
guy.
it's just kind of like slung in like a pack that he's got. But you can definitely see there's like a bow with the string wrapped up around the tip. He actually looks almost like a forester. He's got like nice like heavy duty boots, long pants, sleeves, and long gloves that kind of cover his arms.
Okay. Based on that description, I'm gonna ask: are you a hunter?
I trade in furs, yes.
Trading first. So you go into the forest.
I do.
Interesting.
In game, Lauren definitely made that expression at Barnaby.
I didn't catch it.
It's alright.
Okay. We may be back.
I hope you are.
The next time, maybe you'll take a big puff out of the smoke with me. And have a bonding moment. No.
I may pass. I bring my own. But if you want to walk out there again, you're welcome to. I would love to see it.
I will walk just right through it and just pretend nothing happened.
Yeah. As you do, every eye in the front row opens and watches you go. Adler is just sitting back, leaning against the tree next to Barnaby, like covering his mouth, like stifling a laugh the whole time.
Good.
And then I guess I'll go and rejoin them and be like, I feel much better now.
Sure you do. Oh, that's good. You are the most fun one that's come through here in a while.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. I do believe I know how to have a really good time.
But do you know the way? No, not yet.
I know my way. That counts for anything.
Well, good luck with Jeddick. I'll clap you on the shoulder. I'll see you around. And he's gonna make his way out of the park. Away from the shrine.
Okay. I guess I'll go meet up with Burberry.
Okay.
Wanna be with me?
Yeah.
So watch as Burberry wraps up his conversation with the sitting penitent, and you guys can reconvene, group up.
He uses the opportunity to return the plates he picked up yesterday.
Aw. He just set the plates down at the altar.
No, whenever I went to go pick up foods.
Oh, that's right. Burberry left to go get food.
Oh,
Sure.
okay.
Sure. So you'll reconvene outside the park, and Burberry will have food.
Yes.
Yes, gotcha. Unfortunately, Noelle and John are nowhere to be seen. Who knows where they went?
Probably dead.
Probably should go talk to that Dorning guy since they're not done yet. So off you go.
The DM's just forcing this. It's like, we're starting the next session with everybody together, alright?
No.
Oh shit! Look at that! You guys meet up in front of the office of Dorning.
Oh, it's a
Falshire.
coincidence.
Holy, wow! How funny is that?
Good timing,
We can
everyone.
find this. How do we find this place?
You have the address.
That's true.
So we are gonna wrap there because it is 12:20.
Yep.
So good session, guys.
Beach episode.
Woo! Beach
did it.
and quests. So many.
We have a lot of
Quests
fucking
galore.
quests to choose from now.
We sure do.
Yeah, we can go beat up someone. We could kill some goblins. We can talk to a mine. More than likely.
Spa was good.
John got completely fucking done over at that spa.
Yes, he did.
He is definitely getting some eyes as he's walking around Gladham today. Like, a lot of people looky-looing at this big, beautiful man. So, MVP for today. Anyone got any nominees? If you want to call that MVP.
Wait, what's up?
MVP for inspiration.
I feel like everybody
Actually
did so
burned through some
much.
inspiration today.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I don't know. We all get MVP. Yay, good job, guys.
No.
That worked too long and hard to get rid of all of our inspiration.
I still got mine.
I didn't even do anything for it this session. It just came up. Y'all were just like,
I like how all of the people who did use inspiration though, it didn't help the rolls at all.
That's true.
No.
It was completely fucking useless.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It's like, just use it. It's not that useful anyways.
I
You'll
think
get-
I would nominate. Fuck. I'm trying to think back on like who had. I'll go with Burberry because they actually made like a cool in with the people in the city itself.
Yep.
There's actually like connections we can get out of that. So
Do what?
that's my nominee.
I'm gonna nominate Burberry.
That's 2 for Burberry.
I'll nominate Lauren for getting hella high and making friends.
Okay.
Unscheduled
Barnaby.
friends.
I'm fine with Burberry.
Alrighty.
Fine by me.
That is majority vote.
Thanks.
Burberry.
Yeah.
I'll continue to stumble my way through Elvish conversations.
Talk about a hard job.
2 weeks ago, Lauren got MVP for fucking. Last week it was Barnaby. This week it's Burberry. Getting a nice spread. Okay. Support point. So Noelle and Lauren had a nice conversation about Gerald.
I retroactively ruined her relationship.
You fleshed it out.
All right.
Now it's got some meat on it. It's got some actual relationship ups and downs. Feeling real. Noelle and Burberry had I noticed there was a private moment.
Yeah, I know
In your
all the
secret chat.
Burberry secrets now, guys.
All the Burberry secrets came out.
Yep. It only took 2
I
minutes to divulge
I will tell
everything.
you what that moment was after everybody else goes away.
There was also the Elvish moment,
Oh,
where
Oh, yeah,
Elvish.
you
teaching
guys
you
were talking
Elvish.
about Elvish. Yeah. Trying to think.
Can I have one with
Noelle,
Lauren for trying?
Noelle and John worked together to get an actual lead.
yeah, I was gonna say Noelle and John, and then Burberry and Lauren had some shenanigans.
Gotta love that shenanigans.
All the shenanigans. I think me and Barnaby got one. When we were talking to the last guy.
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
Games.
Or sober shenanigans, depending on what you look at.
And then Barnaby and Lauren
Shenanigans.
for lead. Okay. So that should take us to Noelle and Lauren is now a 16.
That's what I've got.
Noelle and Burberry is a 17.
Yep.
Correct.
Noelle and John is Noelle got a bunch of points. A 10 now.
We did it!
Finally did it.
Burberry and Lauren is 17. And then Barnaby and Lauren is a 12. And those should be the new totals.
All right.